Oops. We don't need an intro. Hey, Cheryl. What life? Benjamin. Echo. Yes. Fashionably late again. I couldn't sit still and I was just doing some stuff and I looked at the clock and I said, uh-oh, did it again. How are y'all doing tonight? Hopefully this little sweet baby that's staring at me is not going to start barking again. Hey, Andy, good to see you. So that's good. I'm glad to hear that. Um, oh my goodness. Like there's been a million things going through my head and so today I had to just stop it all and um regroup, get grounded, find the beauty. I mean, the first thing when I woke up this morning, the wind's blowing pretty good here. Hey Tracy, good to see you. I think we're gonna have a winter this year, like a pretty crazy winter. This is getting down in the 30s this week. And but the first thing I saw this morning was um, my flag outside blowing through the sheer panels that I have up, and they have designs. Hey Donna, good to see you. So I took a video of it just through the sheer. It just looked too pretty. Thank you, Indy. But the sweetest thing that I saw today when I was out running errands, we went to Subway. I don't eat Subway, my daughter does. And she went inside, and this father and his daughter, the daughter looked like she was about 3 years old. And she's wearing this little outfit. Y'all know the outfits that they dress up in. She's got on this headband with this huge sparkly butterfly. And they go in and they sit down in the bench right by the window. And she took her headband off and she put it on her father. And at first he took it off and he was like looking around, worried about what other people would think, I would imagine. And then she kept putting it on him. And then he finally let it stay there. And she just leaned over and kissed his cheek. And I was just like, there it is. That's that's everything right there. That's what life is about. Those moments, those precious moments that we have to hang on to. So tonight was going to be, what is your drive? What drives you to get out of bed in the morning? What drives you to um, do something different? Go further than you've ever gone before. Um, I don't know. Pick up the phone and make a phone call, or just reach out to someone that you haven't talked to in a long time. And I had a lot of notes. It's and I don't know that these even relate anymore. I mean, I did this like 3 days ago. Now I'm all, you know, um, I put a post on my community page about strong women, and um, I've had people tell me that I'm strong. I don't see myself as strong. Not, not, I don't know. What's your idea of strong? Um, I know that we can get caught up in everything that's going on right now and let it get to us. But I have so much to do. I can't let it get to me. And so that's why I look for those special moments, those the beauty in something so simple. David last night was saying um, something about the gardens, and he's right. I have flowers growing because they bring beauty, they bring me peace, they bring me joy. Um, and I guess the whole thing is just finding in yourself the strength to carry on, no matter what is thrown in your way. It, driving down the road, we're going to hit bumps. We're going to hit. There's going to be obstacles. There's going to be people doing things that you couldn't imagine they would do. But it's how you react to that, I think, that defines you as a person. So that's some of my notes. Can you do something to save this country? Can you do something to help your community? Can you do something for yourself? And I try to do all these things. And self-care is so important just to your well-being, just to your loving yourself. Is that's that's what it shows, that you care enough about yourself to take care of yourself. I love you. No speedo for me, but I'll take the margarita by the pool or the pina colada. It's good to see you, Gmo. Um, what else did I write? Are we doing something to be remembered? How much time do we have? What do we do with that time? And that's a big one, um, is the time. I understand, Gmo. From the time we're born till the time we leave this earth, what do we do with our time? And hey, Al, good to see you, Miss Man. Um, And it doesn't have to be spectacular. It doesn't have to be, you don't have to be famous. You don't have to build skyscrapers. You don't have to, I don't know. It's, it's what's most valuable to you. And passing that on to your kids and grandkids, being the example that they need to see. I have learned not to take anyone for granted. Cherish each moment like it's the last. No impulse buying. I was pretty bad about that for a minute. Um, Christmas is coming up, and so I'm doing baking, then gathering gifts, and I've been putting a lot of thought into those gifts. Like, if tomorrow never comes, is is this going to be something that they cherish, or something that they just throw away? Something that's gone. Oh my goodness. I'm gonna drop the link if anybody wants to come up and chat. I can see this can be one of those. And we'll see if my internet holds up. Um, did I press something I shouldn't have with that? I don't know. I'll see if that link works. That's another thing. When I'm not live, which is getting fewer and fewer between, I might go over to Creek's karaoke and try to sing a song and sound horrible. But oh well, it's fun. And I might go over to Huckleberry's mashups and we might get a little naughty there. Is that horribly bad? Don't think so. We're in a computer screen, for goodness sakes. How much can we do? Sometimes we just need to have fun. And that's my fun. Cutting up with people who mean something to me. All of y'all. Like, how? I do too, Gma. That's funny you said that. I mean, always trying to make sure you have about, I don't know, try to have some money back that nobody knows about so you can get yourself out of any situation. Ow, how did you know that? Who told you? That is too funny. I'm gonna put the link again because I don't know if that one worked. I think I clicked on something that I wasn't supposed to. There. So at the other night, I was on my computer and because I had baby girl, and so we were watching a movie, and all of a sudden it just stopped. And so I was doing everything. I reset the router. I did a full shutdown, closed all the tabs. Y'all know me and my tabs. I've lost all those. And um, it wanted to do an update. And this is on Microsoft Edge. And so the shutdown had to do the update. And so I figured, well, I'm looking at a black screen now. I mean, it went nuts. And so I did it. Next morning, same thing, black screen, wouldn't connect. So I went to Firefox. And so far, everything is working on Firefox. I think Microsoft Edge sucks. And I don't know what happened to it. But hopefully it'll keep working in Firefox. We'll see. You're a Pisces, running on intuition. That's too funny, Al. I mean, you just popped it right out there. There's a song I've been practicing. Creek Squad has. He can be a little persuasive. So I was like, oh, what the heck? Yeah, probably. I don't know. This is this laptop's pretty old, and the new one will come back in April. You know what? And that's another thing I did is, you get upset about some things and you share that with somebody and you wish you hadn't because it's like complaining, but it's not complaining, it's just letting it out. And then, okay, I feel all better now. But then you've dumped it on that person, and sometimes I guess they hang on to it. So that's probably not a good idea. When I'm sarcasm, never upgrade. I don't upgrade my phone at all. And I don't do the updates. I don't just don't processing. Yeah. When I took that trip, that's that's something that has just been, that was a major thing for me. It was a major, okay, my comfort zone is like 200 miles, and that's if I'm used to being there. Like, if I've been there before, if I know the area, then I'm okay. But I went over 300 miles to the unknown. I'm pretty proud of that. It's like, woohoo, I did it. It's Friday, should be required. That's a good idea, Tim. Okay, Andy, but you're Friday. Can we work on that? I think we got it down at Indy's. There's been some pretty serious um, differences of opinion lately. Who said that? Where'd that go? Ow. It's- you know what? And that's something I don't do. Once I get it the way I like it stays that way. In the living room, anyway. In the kitchen. My bedroom, I kind of change it up, but then I don't like it. And so it's, it's, it's going to get rearranged again. Yes, last night was very calm. 7-day building. Hey, Eric, good to see you. How are you doing? Yeah, sometimes don't care what we want. They listen, they see, they do it all. So, did y'all watch the fight last night? Hey, Cola, heard that was a big thing. Yeah, I didn't watch it either, too long. Somebody kept me up till 4 o'clock in the morning. Indy. I was like, okay, I have got to get to sleep. I am not used to this anymore. Benjamin. No, you're not. And I think we all feel that way sometimes. The black sheep, that was a joke. That's what my daughter told me. I guess she was working at the um, restaurant, running the bar, and I guess they had it on there. And she said it only lasted like 5 minutes. She came. Thanks in chat. Oh, looky here.
Hey now. How are you? Is there somebody I need to speak with that was giving you a hard time?
Oh, where? When?
I don't know. You sounded like all kind of sass and vinegar in the beginning. Like, and so what if I want to go and sing a song or flirt on Imers? Or I'm like, who the hell needs a talking to? Is she talking about me?
No, no. I'm just telling them you may see me cutting up a little some places.
Oh boy. Okay. You've all
Oh, he
been
don't get.
warned. Oh, I got a little
Yeah,
background
you're.
noise. Sorry about that.
Are you out?
No, I'm at home. That's my
Oh,
husband. He's playing on the old Hammond organ. He's trying to learn green
oh,
onions. If it's too overpowering, I'll walk out of here. I'm just canning applesauce. Oh, and you might hear
oh.
some cussing. Yep, there it goes. There it was. There. Oh, anyway, I'm real
Apple.
proud of you for going on your trip too, and I wanted to tell you that because I know that it's hard for you to get out and be about, and
Well,
so
it's
I'm.
not hard. It's not hard around here. It's not hard.
Mhm.
long ways. Then it's hard. I drive to town here every day just to get out and about and see what's going on and make sure everything's all good. Go to work, go just look at Christmas lights going up all over the place. It's a lot of things going on. We had the Veterans Memorial ribbon cutting and um, cannon, fireworks, works. Hey Chuck, Cruising Carpenter, Huckleberry, where's the party? You better tell me if you're going to go live, because I am going to shut this down if you are. No, it's really fun over there. He does these mashups, and it's old songs, and you're like, whoa, the way they're doing them is, it's just pretty neat. And um, yeah, Chuck, it was great to meet Chuck and Vicky. So they're real people. Just so you know, it's not a bunch of bots just in here talking to each other. You saw Chuck. I don't know if you can see the link, but there it is. Dee, are you still with me? I think she got. I don't see the mute on though.
No, I'm
Oh,
here.
there you are.
I don't know what happened. Oh, that's an old picture. I need to change that. I need to change that avatar. Now I don't
What?
hear you. Oh, there. Okay. Is that your daughter?
What? Where? I don't have a daughter here. Oh, if she's still here, she was in there talking to her friends playing games. Here you are.
Is the mic working?
Yep, sounds good.
Yeah, y'all finally got to meet the Sasquatch asshole.
You were not an asshole. I enjoyed it. I enjoyed the visit. We had to keep moving.
We had to go back. We were over there earlier when you guys got that place in Marshall. And I figured I'd let you get settled in, and then next thing you know, you had to go. That was
Yeah.
like 15, 20 minutes away from here.
Oh, well.
The
Yeah.
Sasquatch asshole, is that what you mean by, or Indy?
What'd she say?
I need that on a t-shirt.
Well, if that's the way you want to be viewed, you were not an asshole. I mean, I'm elbowing you, little brother, and probably annoying the crap out of you.
I am when provoked. Usually uncalled for stupidity puts me there.
Mhm.
Oh, by the way, hey everybody.
Yes, Huckleberry or Indy.
Hey.
Huckleberry's link, please. Oh,
I
there's
saw
Wi-Fi.
him doing live. They what? And somebody else is doing them. I can't remember the other one. I saw doing them.
I don't know. Hi, Zoom.
Yeah, D, I was watching somebody earlier making homemade uh, apple cider vinegar. They made hard apple
Oh,
cider.
cool.
They were making hard apple cider, and he's like, okay, and this other half goes to making apple cider vinegar.
Sweet. I haven't done that yet.
They say the only transfer change in it is you got to let the alcohol turn into acetic acid.
Uh huh. Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah, since we know that Bill Gates bought out uh, the apple cider vinegar company, Bragg.
Yeah.
Fantastic news.
How are you doing, what life?
Oh, I'm doing well. Just peachy. Just peachy.
So happy you could shit, huh?
Good.
Vicky's so bored she laid down about 45 minutes ago, went to sleep on the couch. Well, she's up now, sort of.
I have too much to do to be bored. Um, uh-oh, we lost Dee. Dee, come back if you get a chance. Yep, her husband was playing the organ, I think. Echo. So, I got another daughter that's moving back in house.
Breaks up the monotony, huh?
Yeah, but it's okay. It's sure get rid of things. Get, you know, and that's what
Okay,
I'm
whoops. Sorry. That was an accident.
glad you're back.
Thank you.
I think when I first moved here, I was so worried about it being perfect that I kind of went overboard with stuff. It was the beach house, but it wasn't just me. Everyone was giving me beachy gifts. I have the beach came inside my house. So now I have all these wall hangings and the pictures of the kids that aren't even up, and I'm like, hey, how do I want to do this? And do I want to do this? Because I'm still on a fence about if I'm going to sell it or I don't think that's a good idea. Um, yeah, I don't think that's a good idea. Nope, I'm not on the fence about selling. But I am up for a move if need be.
Vicky's calling me. I'll be right back.
Hey, Kush, good to
Okay.
see you. Yep, I can't remember. Kush, he came up last night and was showing us the garden, and wow, it's just amazing.
Who did?
Kush,
Oh, nice. At the end of Indy's show, I saw him.
yes,
Hmm.
where he's at, each plant represents um, something biblical, like something to remind of the love and spirit of the Lord
Where is he at? Isn't he in Hawaii? Or?
in the UK.
Oh, cool.
Oh no, Cola, really?
Do you watch the ABG prepping lady?
No.
Hmm. She's really good. She's a Marine mom, and her husband's in the Marines. She puts out good content. She put out a pretty warning video today about the Tren de l'Agua gang.
Uh,
That they're kind of all around right now, and but then she played some of our new Homeland Security and another guy, but they were trying to get out that warning. So if people don't follow her, they should check out her channel, ABG Prepping. It stands for Autumn's Backyard Gardening, is what her channel used to be. But
ABG.
ABG Prepping, capitals. She has good content. I'll bet a lot of people here follow her. She's in Tampa area. And she says her husband works for Homeland Security as a Marine. She's not a big channel, you know. We like our small channels, don't we?
6,000. Good size.
Yeah, she's growing. Yep, that's good. But
Um,
she does play some good stuff. She does play some good officials, you know.
UND. Yeah. What was I going to say to that? Oh, I was watching Prepper Nation the other day, and he was saying that all the prepper channels are like gone. Nobody's talking about prepping anymore. And I'm like, well, he hasn't been over here because we talk about a little bit of everything, but that's part of it too.
Mm-hmm.
But he's going to quit doing lives and he's just going to pop up a premiere every so often and keep writing books. And um, I think a lot of people, well, he might have something wrong with him because he said he had to be at the doctor every day that week. So that's kind of concerning, but
Oh yeah, it is.
not normal. And um, and he's young, but man, so many videos out there. Maybe because of RFK Jr. taking over the health part of it, but there's so many videos that I have been seeing lately about um, just natural remedies. Just um, gosh, a bunch.
Yeah, yeah. They've done a good job of censoring and keeping a lot of people from us for a long time. You're probably right.
Great to Hunter. I haven't seen you in here in a little bit. Good.
That bitch is here.
Yeah.
Man, I was thinking about all the people that have walked alongside in this movement the last couple of years. You know, I was thinking about Mike Liberty Warrior coming all the way out here. You know, like you meeting Chuck, and like we went out, we met people, we do things in our community, we do the meetings, we try to educate ourselves. You know, we've done a lot of things, and I was like, you know, one thing that was cool was he did he didn't have as much of an ego as a lot of people do nowadays that that are in the movement. I don't care whatever part they're playing. It's like everyone's got to one up each other. You know what I mean? Have you noticed that
Yes,
ever? Yeah, and helpful. It's just not a. It's I don't mind not being um acknowledged as somebody that's fought or even educating myself or whatever. Like we're all in there and we're all trying, and there's just sometimes where it's a lot to be put on us to try to get get it together with people when people don't seem to know how to get together, quite frankly.
I know. Um, well, I just made a connection on Facebook with a local person that um, is checking out the website and videos, and we'll see what happens.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm glad that there's another website. If you're wondering about the one we're talking about, it's restored dash or hyphen america.org. We're trying to it's a good place where there's people that are trying to learn about common law and grand juries and assemblies. And there's just not a lot of people. Well, I'll take that back. There are a lot of people that use that format, and that's another issue. That is something I think people don't realize a lot, is that we know the truth is copied. Like, there's counterfeited. It's constantly in whatever format, either just the truth in general, the word, the law, it gets ripped off and totally um, manipulated.
Related.
Yeah, right.
And
Exactly.
so
Hmm.
he stands alone. Good to see you. Yes, and this is November, the thankful month. We need to be thankful for things. I don't know. What are you thankful for?
Don't wait till the last Thursday of November. Try to live in a constant state of Thanksgiving all throughout the year.
Yeah.
I'm thankful. I'm thankful for so much. You know, at
Yes.
the end of the day, it's more that I'm thankful for than I could complain about. I guess I could
Yeah.
complain, but it wouldn't do me no good. Just try to fix what I can and make better what I can. And one person sees that and it inspires them. I feel job done.
Yes.
It's not done, but
Still, you've
especially now, it's like in the world of smart devices and instant connectivity, it seems like, people are more disconnected and more dumbed down than ever. And not everybody, Well, I mean, we see people, we see things. We've all been in the room and looked around the room and everybody's got their phone in their face and we're the only one in here that ain't glued to my phone. What's going on?
yeah. And that's I used to carry mine with me if I was in other rooms of the house, carry it with me. Um, might miss a call, whatever, I don't know. And now I'm finding I'm just leaving it because one of the rings and um that's I had a missed call from Chuck. Tried to call him back. Don't know what that was about, Chuck. Oh well. It, but yeah, I have a lot to be grateful for. Just being here is
Yeah,
a miracle for me.
every day.
Yep. Oh my goodness. Smartphone landlines. Huckleberry, I'm not even going to go there. Lost the link.
Yeah, I ain't been looking up much news or nothing lately, so I don't really know what's happening.
So are you getting this cold weather also?
Yeah, I don't appreciate it. I don't know who authorized it, but I didn't. I didn't put my signature on it.
I was looking in like Wednesday, 35, I think. And I'm all, wait a minute. It's like our lows will be 50s or so, and then all of a sudden, whoop. It's supposed to be a gradual thing, right? I'm just glad I bought that Carhartt. I knew that was a good buy.
Yeah, we got a couple of days. We're supposed to get down into the 40s, and shoot, it's pretty cold for us anyway.
It is.
And Thanksgiving it'll probably be 78 and sunny, and with a low of 43 and breezy.
Yeah, yeah, that sounds about like here.
Yeah, shoot, it's not this coming week, but the following week.
Thanksgiving. Yeah,
Hmm.
I asked my daughter today, I said, what's the plan? And she said, I'm just kind of burnt out. There's been a lot going on. And I told her, I said, well, there's the community. Um, our community gets together at a church, and you just bring a side and you take your whole family,
Yeah,
and that's where it is always packed. Like a lot of people do it, and it's a good
that's
way.
good.
Yeah, it's a good way to.
Some people don't have places to go.
That's true, and that's what it's for. And so anybody that's working, we usually will take to go plates to them also, so that they get a Thanksgiving dinner. For some reason, I thought that fight was tonight. Did you get it?
What are we supposed to be getting?
She asked for the link again. I dropped it. Um, chat's going by so fast. I haven't seen a lot, I'm sure. But I kind of like this weather because it's I wear my sweaters and
Oh yeah, it was a little cool this morning.
it's nice driving around in it and not so hot. But it's been sunny, even with
Yeah.
then we got the full moon. That's been beautiful.
Oh yeah, it was real bright last night.
Yep.
It
Okay.
was,
She woke up and went outside to smoke, hollered for me, and I went out there for a few minutes.
She okay?
Yeah, just bored. She's kind of pissed off, and it's the way shit is, I guess. She didn't feel good early in the month, and later in the month, and she got feeling better. And we end up broke towards the end of the month, so
Yeah.
you know, we don't do a whole lot anyway. But I guess she was kind of, what do you call it, stir crazy today, wanting to get out and do something.
Aw.
I've been sick since I talked to you the other day when I got off the phone, and I was out earlier that day, and they were putting them lines in the sky, and it was making my eyes burn, and I coughed a few times outside, but I sat in it. It almost looked like Vicky calls it a death fog. I sat outside for like 2 hours in it, and ended up with some sinus shit in my eyes and weird headache, cough and sneezing, and I was still sort of that way, but I'm not as bad.
Dang. I haven't noticed those in a while. There's been some low flying aircraft for some reason, but I haven't noticed any of the lines.
Somebody told me they do it hardcore on the Louisiana-Texas line because of the fact Louisiana don't allow any of it anymore.
Mm.
I'm thinking when the winds were carrying it that away, everything that away, they're doing it to push it that direction.
I'll never try to understand a woman's psychobilly. Women understand women and hate each other. That's not true.
some would say.
I can't think of anyone I hate. Hate's a strong word.
Yeah, I don't hate anybody.
I hate actions, not people.
Right. So Louisiana banned the air chemicals also.
All that weather modification stars stripes shit in the air, and
Darn.
Craig may have heard of that. Hey, Craig.
I don't know about Louisiana. I know Tennessee was trying to do some type of legislature on that,
Yes,
but
they did. I think they
I
got
don't
that.
know. I mean, it sounds good, but unless it's on a national level, or even it don't matter, or even a world level, because I mean, what other stuff's being pumped in other countries eventually gets circled. I mean, we're just on one globe circling, you know.
Yeah.
Tennessee stops, yeah, but shoot, whatever Alabama, Louisiana, and Arkansas, Georgia's pumping, shoot, they're gonna get it. It has to be a widespread thing.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's like
Video.
me, I garden and do everything, and I don't put no chemicals or nothing. But I mean, I can't control what comes from the sky,
Mm-hmm.
And Mississippi just does whatever Uncle Daddy says so.
Really?
They don't really, you don't hear nothing too bad about it. They're just poverty, I guess, pretty much until you get down there close to New Orleans.
More towards the coast.
Ow.
What's up, man?
Oh, hell. I knocked
Tell
something.
me what you fell. Don't fall.
I'm falling. I can't get up.
I got up this morning, did some things outside, and checked on my plants, and I rode out to the flea markets.
Yep.
Shoot, I walked around out there for hours just walking around. I think every table had somebody set up on it, so I mean it was a good day.
That's awesome.
Found a few things I could have lived without, but I got them anyway. Got me some more Bulldog paraphernalia, some Coca-Cola glasses.
Cool.
Not that I needed them. I just, it's a
And
good price. I'll collect stuff like that.
They were there.
Yeah.
They were lonely. That's what I tell
And
Vicky.
dude I bought them from looked like he had literally one of everything. Like somebody was looking to buy something, he had it. Because, he had one of everything.
wow.
Pots and pans, tents, roller skates, tools, everything.
Tools is where I would go nuts. And I need to stop because I don't have a way to set them up where I know what's what. So they're all just in a box. And every time we need something, we have to go digging through the box, and it's horrible.
Yeah, I need to look around and find me one of them. I've been hunting, trying to find it. If you ever see them, they're worth having. Watt and Bonnie both. And they got a 13 and I think it's a 17 quart Magnolite oval pot they use in South Louisiana for making gumbo and stuff in.
Oh yeah, I know what you're talking about, like a cauldron.
Yeah, they're made out of magnesium and aluminum. They're shaped like them. Remember them old black turkey roasters? They look like that, but they're made out of thick aluminum and magnesium.
Oh yeah,
Sharon, good to see you.
that stuff's hard to find.
It is.
I still go to like the Goodwills and yard sales and stuff.
Yeah, and what do you call them? Estate sales.
Yeah, I go to some of them every now and then.
Yeah. Usually the estate sales are kind of pricey.
Yeah, some of them can be.
Because they have somebody working it that wants to get paid.
Yeah, they got to put their commission on it.
Yeah. I have a friend that she used to put them together. It is a lot of work. It's a lot of work putting a garage sale together. That's, I don't know. Um, I think I'll just donate it. I would rather just donate it just to get rid of it. I've got a mountain of stuff to get rid of.
Yeah, I've accumulated quite a few things too, but the stuff. I see value in it. Certain collectibles, stuff like that. Got a bunch of old signs, like neon style signs, display style signs.
Yeah. Hey, Virginia, good to see you.
I got the old AT&T sign when it was still lowercase letters.
Oh,
Now
wow.
it's all capital letters.
G-Mom said she found a love for heavy equipment. That's funny that she says that because I think I'm going to go and rent. Thankfully, we have a rental place here that has the heavy equipment because I want to do some things to my yard. And I was like, I'm not doing this by hand. I'm going to go rent something and see what I can destroy.
Oh man, be careful. Make sure you get a hard hat. Pretty hard hat. And you get you a Bonnie the Builder starter kit.
Well, I know where the water and electricity are under the ground, so I'll be careful there. But I want, uh-oh, Chuck's device unconnected. Um, I have patio furniture, but no patio, and so um, it's sitting on a rug. It's an outdoor rug. It just, I want something there.
Get you some. What do you plan on doing with that area? What do you want to make it?
My sanctuary. And so that's what I'm trying to decide if I want to cement or pallets or I don't know. Um, just something I want a canopy or something that so I can hang curtains and to block out the sun when needed or bugs or whatever.
Sounds like you want like something like a gazebo or something, maybe,
Yep.
or I forget what you the other name for it. There's another name for it. Yeah,
Concrete pavers. And I was watching a guy
yeah,
with Ziploc baggies, and I was like, how easy would that
yeah.
People are
Just don't want
selling
to get too carried away, where you know it you've been built a whole igloo and not even realize it.
be? Hey, that would be okay too. New house.
I was watching one dude do it with gallon bags, and he figured out how much a gallon bag would hold in concrete and water, and he put it in each one and then shake them up, mix them up, and then stack them. He never had nothing wet and dry mixed together nowhere out there. He'd scoop this concrete in and pour the water in and shut it and shake it up.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen people make little pavers or that, like little stepping stones or something.
It'd make it kind of mess free, wouldn't it?
Yeah. That's what he was doing. He was stacking them like if he needed a wall for garden, whatever, or he was laying them out just like you would pavers. And that's what his were round, but I was thinking if I flattened them out and put them together, that would be more like a patio type, right? Come on,
Yeah,
y'all are men. You're supposed to tell me these things.
just kind of got to visualize what you want the end result to be, and then kind of build off from there. Maybe get you or draw it down. Kind of draw how you want it to be set up. Maybe
Yeah,
visualize it. I know a lot of times when I draw stuff or put stuff on paper, even words, it helps visualize it, put it in motion.
and that's behind it is a rock wall, and so I'm kind of thinking of tearing that down because that's where steps need to be to go down, or um, I don't know,
What's over there?
a rock wall is like behind it.
Like a
And
retention wall.
yes,
How tall
and
is it?
it's about 14 inches, 15 inches. So it's kind of hard to step down off of it. And that's where I needed the steps. And so, like, 2 steps. And that's the guy that I had come and give me a estimate for 2 steps. And he said $5,000. And he's the
Dang.
one that chased off of my property.
Yeah. It seemed like it. I mean, yeah. That small of a span. I mean, less than 2 foot. I mean, it don't matter really what you want to do. It wouldn't be that bad. You know.
Help figure it out and measure it and use that as part of your steps as you come out. Make them out of cinder blocks and mortar or something.
Well, and that's what I'm trying to figure out if I want to build up because it kind of has a lip that sticks up from the part where I have the patio furniture to the rock wall, or from that, it just it sticks up some too. like about 4 inches. So I was gonna like scrape it out and then put the pavers, get all the grass weeds. They won't grow back. But I mean,
Keep your eyes open on Facebook Marketplace too. A lot of times, even up here, people giving away cinder blocks, pavers, leveling square blocks, all that stuff.
oh really?
You got to go get them. But I see it. Look, just keep an eye on free stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the thing, getting them picked up.
And that'd be the thing. Yeah, it ain't somebody's gonna have a truck to get them, or you can go get them in your car 3 or 4 at a time.
Right?
Or
That's
however you put in there where it doesn't squat it.
one of the things Mama left me is a utility trailer. And I'm like, well, I don't have anything to pull it with.
There's one
How
there.
big,
Even
how
one.
big is it?
It's not real big. It's
Like for a lawnmower or something?
yeah, that's what we would haul the motorcycle on, the
Okay.
Can-Am.
Oh, so it's probably 12, 14 feet long, maybe.
Yeah,
That'd be plenty big. I don't know if you got a hitch on there, but they probably got some kind of hitch they put on the back of that car.
it's got a hitch on the front. That's what I was wondering if I could move it to the back. Like,
Oh yeah. What didn't you say you have like a SUV?
yes.
It's the SUV crossover.
Yeah.
Kind of thing.
Yeah, because I mean, you're not going to be hauling anything super heavy with that trailer anyway, you know?
Mm, yeah, probably not.
And whatever you do haul, make sure you divide the weight over the axle. So
What is
I used to load stuff. I'd always try to level out whatever I pulled right in the middle, or if I put lumber in something, I'd always have the middle of it right across over the axle or axles. This tongue
Yeah.
wheel, the front wheels come up, and that'll make it fishtail.
Yep. Well, I guess I better learn how to back one up, huh? That was one thing I just could not ever get down, backing up a trailer. And I know you have to do it the opposite direction. And I was trying it with our boat, and the good thing it was all cement around here.
Basically, when you're looking out the mirror, watching it, if it's going to if it's going to your right, then you pull the top of the steering wheel the same direction, and it'll auto correct it. Whichever way it's trying to fish to is the way you turn it.
I just have to keep going forward.
Yeah, where you go, make sure you got a loop de loop, huh?
Yep. But there's not one in my driveway. If I back it in to unload, it's
Keep going till
okay.
you hear somebody holler, shoot. They'll let you know.
Do what?
Just keep going till you hear somebody holler.
Holler or crunch, huh?
Or feel a crunch. Excuse me.
When I was a lineman and running stuff underground doing bores and stuff, I got really good at backing up to some of them places, the addresses they'd send you out in the country. There wasn't no place to turn around, so someplace you had to try to back out 2 or 3 miles. I got good at backing out.
Yeah. But that's, I could parallel park a school bus. Darn it. You'd think I
Oh, you could
back.
figure it out, man.
You got a long driveway at your mama's place to hook up to it and practice.
Yeah. Yeah, just go circle drive. That'd be
if you can drive a school bus, man, you can drive anything.
Just about. Tractor.
I mean,
Motors.
nothing else that you could drive where you have that many screaming kids at one time. So you can make it through that. It's a piece of cake.
Mine were pretty good. I would make sure that I took a radio with me all the time, especially on long trips, and we would just be jamming out. That's one thing that everybody likes is music, no matter what age.
Oh yeah,
Singing at the top of our lungs.
mm,
Yeah, same Virginia. I,
Yeah, these little cars
yeah.
got a backup camera on it as soon as you put it in reverse.
yes, that's my car has that. The only time that I look at it is when I'm like if I'm backing into a parking space, see how much room I have. But
Shit, when I get in her car, I don't even look at the mirrors when I'm going backwards.
yep,
So my truck is. It's got the full 360. It's like looking down from above when you're backing up. You can see everything.
You
It's
seen
got
that
so many.
trick where they tilt the tailgate and put the little cables over the little hooks for the tailgate where it shines on your hitch where you can see your hitch to back up to a boat.
Yeah, it's got so many cameras on it. It's ridiculous.
I would love to have a truck again.
I
But
wish I never got rid of mine.
Couldn't have anything but a truck.
Imagine you're same height as me. Get to drive a
Yeah,
Corolla now.
a Corolla.
Yeah, I feel like I'm in my coffin when I get in
it
there.
is. It's
Yeah, dude.
little.
It feels weird when you're sitting that low to the ground, especially if you've been driving a truck for so long. I ride with somebody. Oh man, I can't hardly handle it.
And then when you let the seat all the way down, the front of it up, so feels like your legs are hanging over the edge of it.
Yeah,
Well, by the
dashboard all in your shin bones.
I don't get in the car, I wear it.
Yeah,
When they drove up in that little car, I was like, "What?" And Vicky got out, and so we were hugging, and so I kind of missed Chuck getting out of the car.
It took me a while. I had to lube myself up to get out.
especially if they don't have like an old shit handle. You know what I mean? That's your leverage. That's your point of access. You gotta have. Something goes wrong. That's your where's the old shit handle?
Get my legs out the door, and I put one elbow on the steering wheel and the other elbow between the window and the side where the door starts, and push and pick myself up with my elbows to get
There you
out.
go. Upward thrust.
And you can almost hear a little when I get out of it.
They were going.
Like
Mm,
when you open a new jar of pickles.
yeah.
My mama used to use just the mirrors and the backup camera, and she would scare me to death. Mama, you got to turn your head. Can't turn my head.
Some people, the backup camera, it just made it worse. It was just one more thing to distract them. It just confused them. They thought they were watching a TV program or something. They forgot it was them.
I couldn't get nobody the other day had to change Vicky's oil in her car, and everybody was asleep. So I just got my cell phone out, turned the camera on, stuck the camera out the door as far as I could to be able to see the front wheels, and just prayed I had it lined up good and watched the front wheel on the driver's side go up the ramp and pulled up, and it was good.
Mm,
I had them lined up good enough. It's like because I got in, it's like how the hell am I going to do this? And I went put the car in reverse to back out. I'm like, camera to see front. I got a camera on my phone. Let's see how this works. What can I see? Okay, I see about 3 inches of the front tire and 3 inches of the ramp. That'll work.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I had to coordinate my feet though. It's like when I get in there and put my feet in the floor, it's like sticking both of them in a 5-gallon bucket trying to operate 2 pedals.
I know what you mean.
Vicky's like, I don't know. I used to drive this car all the time back and forth to work, and I never felt claustrophobic. It's because I got my big ass in here next to you. Why you feel?
I was your protection.
Yeah.
I wasn't in the car. The car was around me.
Yeah.
John said when they moved the light dimmer switch to the blinker lever, there was a lot of people getting their foot caught in the steering wheel.
And
Hmm.
now you point at that thing in the floor, ask them what it is. They have no idea.
When did they stop doing that? What year was that? It's got to have been a
80s, I think. Like 86, 87.
Yeah.
Maybe 88.
Of course. If it was 88, that was the year I was born. That makes sense.
I think
Yeah, I missed that. That was
86 Ford, it was new, bought it, and it still had it. So it was
now they have so many things on the blinker and the other one.
It was too much.
Yes.
Now, the first time I ever seen them with everything on the blinker and stuff like that, I'm like, look at this shit. They're gonna put everything together in one spot, so when it breaks, it's expensive.
Yep.
Yeah, they just turned it into the Swiss Army knife of switches. I'm just like, there's nothing else you can put on here. And now they're going to put like a detachable flashlight. You know, your whole signal just comes off. Now it's a flashlight.
Yeah.
It's too much.
I kind of like the spotlight. But I miss my truck. Well, the only reason I got rid of it is because everybody was griping about how uncomfortable the back seat was, how uncomfortable the seats were, brakes were too squishy, whatever. And I was like, I have no problem driving it.
What kind of truck was it?
The last one I had was a Ford F-150.
Okay.
And I don't even remember what year it was. It was 90 something. Glad I had a car.
Last year, vehicle had the floor, dimmer switch on the floor. Last year was a 91 Ford F-Series pickup.
Oh, wow. 91.
My first car was a Delta 88. Man, that thing was a boat.
Yeah.
That was a nice car.
My first one was a 67 Chevy pickup.
That was a nice one.
Yeah. But not for a family. So then you got to go to the family vehicle. But the car that I got after that, it was pretty cool. It was a 2-door, had white vinyl seats. It was like a navy blue I can't even remember what kind it was, but the front seats were bucket seats and they swiveled out.
Oh, like towards the door? Yeah.
Yeah. And so, yeah.
My buddy's stepdad had a car like that where the seats did that. I forgot what kind it was. It was an older car. It was nice. It was still in good shape.
I want
Yeah.
to say Cutlass is one of them that did it in the 70s, and I want to say before that, the 60s had a, was it Fairlane or T-Bird bucket seat when they would turn the seat would turn towards the door.
Yeah. And
Yeah.
that's how the kids got in the back too. It, it didn't fold forward. The seat swiveled towards the door and they'd climb in. It was pretty.
Interesting.
That is being silly.
And they got another a big local car show coming up the weekend after Thanksgiving, I believe, here. Might go check it out.
Yeah. We just had one, well, next town over um, last weekend.
I think this one's supposed to be at the racetrack, so maybe they'll bring out some goodies.
See, and I'd rather go to the rat rod shows. And it, the only place I ever see those is in Austin.
Like drag strip?
No, they just park it and let everybody look at them. And
Oh, okay, like a car show.
yeah, but they're like there's this man here that puts them together. He'll keep them together, and they look so cool. I think I showed y'all a picture of one of them when I saw him at the grocery store not very long ago. But I
Those
do
are
love the old Bonneville, the turquoise and white. Those are really pretty.
the Bonneville.
Yes.
I think you just like it because it sounds similar to Bonneville.
No, I like the shape and
Oh yeah,
a rounded vehicle, not a square box looking
pretty
vehicle.
distinct. Yeah, the Bonnevilles, they were pretty distinct.
Yep. To see where they're suing our counties asked for $1 million. We didn't have enough dead people vote. Oh my goodness.
Oh, guess what they want to do here locally where I'm at?
What's that?
They said, "Oh, sorry about everything that's going on. You know, this, and that. 2024. Sorry that there's still piles of trees everywhere you look, but come first of next year, we're probably going to have to raise people's trash bill. We're going to have to raise your trash bill, and we're going to decrease service. So
Why?
your bill's gonna pretty much double, but you're only gonna get trash pickup once a day, and they're talking about doing away with the recycling program.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, it costs twice as much for half as much. Or,
Yeah,
Hey, Bushcraft. Good to see you.
was
hey, Bush.
yeah, I think it's like and it's over a 3 year span. It's gonna go up, so inevitably it's gonna go up. I think they said by 2027 it's gonna go up an additional $420 or $415 annually.
Goodness.
So $35 a month.
Hey,
They,
Rainwater.
So. And I don't even deal with them. I handle all my stuff on my own. You know.
Yeah.
I make sure it gets where it's got to go.
About every 3 months, they'll do um, like you can have a 8 cubic foot pile that they'll come pick up, and it can be anything. Um, and for sure, after a storm where we have limbs everywhere, and the rent house closest to me, they don't seem to realize where the property line is. Well, I'm sure they don't, because so that there's a privacy fence, but the privacy fence is like 10 feet from the property line. And so there's a bunch of branches over there in a pile. And the renter before this one, I kept telling her, that's
Excuse me.
yours over there. I can't drag it out there for you. And she never did. So that's one of the things I'll do too whenever I get the rent the front end loader or whatever I get. I'll have to look and see what I think is going to do the best.
Don't rent the
Everything.
crane by mistake. Whatever you
No.
do, don't rent the crane. You got to level up to the crane, Bonnie. Get you a little bobcat or something. I think you can handle a bobcat.
And that one with the giant drill.
Yeah, you got to level up to that one too. That's like 5 rentals up. You got to go through 5 rentals and you get then you can start heavy demolition.
All right, it'll be the little bitty one seat, like you're sitting in a cage thing, I guess.
That's like the day I was out riding around and
Hey,
I
Mike,
seen wood where it was small enough where I could get a hold of it and throw it in the back of the truck. I brought another good sized load home.
Cheryl, good to see you. Good size load of wood.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Oh,
I was
I had
talking to one of
somebody
the guys who
had cut
wanted
up some pecan and some oak. So yeah, I threw it right in the back of the truck. I'll split it up later.
good cooking wood.
Yeah. That's what I've been doing, dude. I got enough. I could probably kickstart the next global warming. Let it
yeah.
season up.
Talking to one of the guys in North Carolina here a while back, and I'm like, I'm really surprised somebody hadn't donated and brought you guys a portable sawmill up there. And they just work and cut lumber all day, and everybody pitch in and do it. Look at all that wood they could have to rebuild.
Well, I have got 2 piles here, and out at my mama's, there's 2 or 3 piles stacked between the trees. So we've got wood galore. And
And you somebody that's got like a little toe behind wood chipper or something.
yeah,
You just chop it up and you have you some, some mulch or some wood
oh,
chips.
yep, that'd be cool.
I mean, I rode past one of the drop off collection spots where they're bringing in the trees. I mean, there's still piles galore, but man, there's piles of wood chips out there. I mean, 5, 6 stories high. I mean, they're just as far as you can see.
Oh my goodness.
I mean, they're bringing it in as fast as they can bring it in and chopping it up on the other side.
And are they selling it?
I don't know. I'm gonna ride by there tomorrow. If anybody's there tomorrow, I'm gonna ask them what's going on. See if I can't get me a couple loads of it when it's all said and done.
Yeah.
Because I mean, this is just one drop-off spot, and like I said, 2, 3 months ago, this is where kids was little league was playing like football and baseball. Now it's just trees are all on these fields.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, that makes good walkways. The wood chips.
I don't know the style of truck, what you call it, but it's these. There's tons of them in the area. They're like the almost like 18 wheelers, but they got the 2 big bins, and in the middle it's got like this crane grabber, and it can just grab up all the limbs and put it inside the trucks. That's
Oh,
what a lot of them are using to get the limbs and the trees up.
Just think if you did have a sawmill, all the money you could make, the lumber you could put back.
Yeah.
I wish I did.
I've been thinking about it, looking into one, see if I can get it financed. But I couldn't do it. I'd have to have stuff out there to automated cherry pickers and stuff like that to do it.
Oh yeah, these is huge chunks and trees. I mean, you're talking about some massive oaks and pine trees that went down. Pecans.
Make dining room tables, slice that stuff up.
As stupid as any lumber is, imagine hardwood trees you're cutting 2x6s out. Shit, they're crazy price on 2x6 pine. And that's the junk wood, not even the yellow wood.
Yeah.
Got this big chunk. I think I'm gonna save it. I ain't gonna burn it. I think I'm gonna slice it up and make some of those burn engines with electricity, like that video you pulled up.
Yes.
I think I'm gonna try some of them and see how it turns out.
Yeah. That'd be cool. Happy Two Bears, he has in his backyard, and he lives in the city, and he's got this area that cleared out. Looks like it's gravel, I think. Circle, and then he's got tree stump, well, or logs, and leveled out, sitting there for seats around the fire pit. It's pretty cool looking.
Like a little oasis.
Yeah.
I got a bunch of pallets and like wooden spools that like a wire comes on, different size wiring.
Yes.
I could get a bunch of them.
I have been, there was a couple here, and they made clocks. They'd take one end of that and make
Hey,
a
that's a
clock
cool
out of it.
idea.
Yeah, with that circle.
That would be a cool idea.
Yeah, I
I
saw
kept
somebody make
wanting one.
like a 4 or 5 foot big round spool, and they made one for outside on their wall, on their carport, or not carport, but back porch. Like, why the hell would you want a 5 foot big round clock outside?
Oh, they want it. They want to know why you're not selling a 6 foot clock. You
Yeah,
know,
Yep.
hey, we'll call you when you get the
Dog.
6 foot clock in. It would be
Yeah,
an interesting project.
they would sell them for like, I don't know, I think it was around $60 for one of those clocks. They'd paint them. They'd
I can
paint
give
them
you as many
solid
of them
color.
spools as you could think of.
There you
No,
go. Gives you a money maker on the
or if
side.
or if any places in your area, you can Google electrical supply houses. If you have any in your area, you can go to them and they'll give you as many pallets and them spools as you can take home. That's where I get mine from.
Crazy. Well, you know how at the beach they have those posts with the rope running through them?
Yeah.
So I found it's about 3 miles out where they have when somebody hits a guardrail and they have to replace those posts. So they have a whole pile of them. And so I was like, "Oh, I'm going to do that. I'm going to put the rope down one of the property lines. And just, and that's when I got sick. Never got to it. And I noticed they're gone. I guess the girls put them in the 8 foot pile one day when I wasn't looking. Because they always thought I was crazy for getting those, but they only sold them for like $2 a piece. Did you know if you hit a guardrail, your insurance doesn't cover the guardrail, but you have to pay for it.
Really?
Yep. Here in Texas.
What kind of sense does that make?
There's a lot of stuff I've been reading that they get away with that they shouldn't.
Yeah.
I said, well, I've been paying taxes on all this stuff, road taxes, for so many years. I'm pretty sure that you could deduct it out and I still got some balance remaining.
Hey, Lily, good to see you. Drop the link again if anybody wants to come chat with us.
I wonder how much the bill on something like that would be.
I don't know. I haven't.
DOT bill. Or I don't know, maybe it would be city. I guess it depends on where it was at.
No, it's just the regular guardrails with a post. So stay away from the guardrails. If you're gonna have a wreck, aim for something else. Take out a fence and they'll cover it, or anything but the guardrails. I don't know why.
Yeah. Aim for the satellite dish.
Yeah. That's what I was going to say to Chuck. I don't know what happened to Chuck. But Texas has some things we need to work on here. We just got a notice. Well, it's, oh, you got kicked. Let me know if you want to try again. Planning and zoning is inviting everyone to a meeting, and so some people are like, what is this? We haven't seen this before. And so that's a meeting that I'll for sure be going to, because they're the ones who can make your property public access, public domain, whatever. But it says in that notice that, to read it very carefully, says something about they're going to be making decisions about your property, your personal property. And I was like, oh, no, they're not.
Sounds like they're trying to come up with some rezoning proposals.
Yeah, and something.
Yeah, whatever they sent you, definitely read over it, browse over it.
Yep. And that's another thing. If you are in the city limits, keep checking city website for public notices, because they don't always just put them out. Nobody reads the newspaper anymore. I don't even know if they still put out newspapers here. It was so small.
Yeah.
Hey, T-Girl, Lily, G-Ma.
But that's how somebody had seen it. She just went to check it today, and she said, "What's this about?" And so we're all,
That way you don't get to the meeting and you say, well, we didn't know any of this. And they say, well, we posted it on our website. You didn't go to the website?
yeah, yep, check it regularly.
Yeah. Sounds like they're trying to do some rezoning.
And it hadn't been that long ago, about 4 or 5 years ago, the at the back of my property, there's a dry creek bed and then a field, and they made that public access. I was pretty pissed then when I found out because it was just like all of a sudden, all this area is public access now. I was like, so that means that anybody can just pitch a tent right there. Nope. Not happening.
Nice tent neighbors.
Excuse me. Mm-mm. And then we had everybody coming across the border. And then I was really like, oh no, keeping an eye out back there. That's where that's where my deer come up and nope.
You don't want the tent guy scaring away the deer.
Oregon law says you can. Yes, we had that too. They can't come on my property, but they can come right up against it if they want to. It's like, no,
Wherever they classify the line of public easement, you know, some places it's like the power lines or whatever, whatever signage is out.
yeah.
It's kind of like the area of public easement.
Well, and that's so there's a sewage house. I don't know what the sewage house is for. And it's back there. And so they have this little trail that the city trucks drive up to that sewage house. But I haven't seen them there in a long, long time. I don't know what it's for.
Could be like a pumping station or something. I don't know.
Maybe. They've been redoing all the lines around town. Shit. Yeah.
Anybody in any counties around you, if you talk to them, see if they're doing any rezoning too.
Yeah. That's a good idea.
Especially like on a lot of your bigger projects, the counties, they'll do the same thing.
Yeah. Ours is a small county compared to the ones around us. They learned how to use the law to break the law. Truth.
Or like they manipulate the law to make you be the one in the wrong.
Yeah. Thank you, T girl. I like that too. Picture of us together.
Yeah, it looked like they're standing up by a Sasquatch statue that somebody shaved.
He's big. He's tall. If I make George, I'll get one with what?
I saw that picture, it was like, damn, you look like a big fucking goober.
Whatever.
Make sure I wear my Georgia Bulldog gear. I have to
There
find me
you
a
go.
Georgia Bulldog hat, a cowboy hat. That would just set the whole outfit off.
That would be cool.
Had to catch me an alligator and make me one.
You gotta save the tail to eat. They say you can eat more than the tail, though. I've only ate tail and alligator sauce pecan.
Oh God, I didn't know what you were talking about. What? all, all of a sudden you're eating tail of what?
now entered the late night version of the stream. Everyone, sit
Right.
back, pour you some wine, pop you some
Have a
popcorn,
live video.
and eat the tail. I don't know what's happening. There's always been a strong alligator population in the area, but my area and other places, this population is like doubled and tripled.
Wow. So, all of y'all, if you go to creek spots, you might see other people singing also. Didn't know you could sing what like
I think that was a fake news.
I
Fake news.
popped
Fake
over there and I
news.
was like, wait, what?
It was all AI generated. It's
I
very
used,
sophisticated.
I used to sing, but I had that Jack Daniels voice. Give me about halfway down a bottle, and I sing like David Allan Coe. It sounded a lot like him the way I'd cuss too, singing.
John Denning, are you a tall man too? I swear, I don't know what was in the water that y'all y'all got so tall.
John, that wasn't a Bigfoot sighting. That was just me and Watlike trying to find a hunting spot.
I don't know. It runs on both sides of my family, so can't really pinpoint it.
I mean, tallest man in our family that I know of is like 6'2". So to me, that's tall.
My grandpa was 5'4", but his daddy was 6 foot or 7'3".
Oh my goodness.
My grandpa's mama though she was like 4'11", Cherokee. And he
Yeah.
took after his
Yeah,
mama.
yeah, both my grandfathers were well over 6 feet. Um, I'm not even the tallest one in my family. I got a nephew that's taller than me.
Goodness.
My dad, he was taller than I was.
Friend of mine, he used to hang around their neighbor over there. This kid was 12 years old, and he walked in over there, and I was at my full 6'7" then, and he was about 4 inches taller than me, but he's only like 12 years old.
Mm,
Wore a 19 shoe.
Good.
man,
John said his grandpa was 16. I just can't imagine. I keep seeing the, the, well, I used to see them. Now they started popping up again. Barron Trump.
Yeah, he's over 7 foot now.
Yeah. But
what
they,
do you?
Like he weighs 120 pounds. Bad thing about it.
and yeah, when they were showing the clips, it was clips of him walking with Trump and Melania all over the place. And there was one where they were at a dinner and he went to put his hands on the chair and you could see his hands shaking. And I was like, man, I hope he doesn't have anything wrong with him that I don't know.
Ain't no telling.
Yeah, you needed that. Good to see you.
If he
Well,
that
now,
tall, I bet he could eat some groceries.
yeah, now you look at those backup chairs. And it's so, okay, this is probably horrible, but
Uh,
we were we were at a convenience store and there was this group of men that were going into the store and I'm telling you their legs were like I told my daughter, I said, their legs look like they're like 3 feet long. And she said, I think it's shorter than that. And I was like, I just what the heck? And there's a whole group of them, and so they were shorter than my daughter.
I'm telling. Could have been a band of traveling midget wrestlers. I don't know.
Janet Reno. She must be a bad person.
Who's that?
Janet Reno. You heard of her?
She
Female
was a
murder.
former political figure. I forget her specific title.
Oh, okay. She was bad.
Some would say. Some would definitely say that.
Okay.
I haven't heard her name in a while.
Me either. Hell, y'all, I'm gonna get off here. I guess. Starting to get a headache staring at this screen. Go find me, dope up with some medicine. Go chill out. I guess.
You take care of yourself, Chuck.
I've been
Thanks for coming up.
doing zinc quercetin, that what's that, elderberry and some other stuff, vitamin C. And I don't think it was a cold though. I think it was all sinus and whatever it was I was exposed to out there.
Huh. Wear a mask.
Y'all take care. Much love. Good to see y'all. Bye.
Have a
Have a good
good
one, buddy.
Kilo O'Neal was 7-1. Whoa. Yep. So I'm saying, if there was one of the basketball players, I don't know who it was that I was watching earlier. It was a motivational thing. And when he's sitting down, like from his foot to his knee was probably as long as those guys' legs we saw at the convenience store. It was like crazy amazing difference. Some cabinets in a clown car. So where to now?
I don't know where to.
So which favorite music? Country or old rock or anything?
I like a little bit of everything, you know. I
Yeah.
enjoy good music. You know, sometimes it may depend on my mood or, you know,
Yes.
something like that. Or,
Depend on what you're doing. That's,
yeah, definitely.
yeah. If I'm going through stuff, cleaning or whatever, it's got to be um, humpy.
Yeah, something a little upbeat.
Yes. Someone else said blues with a splash of funk.
There you go.
Yep. I like blues too. I
Yeah.
just like all music. And that came from my mother. Saturday was cleaning day, and she'd start putting on albums, and we could go from Jim Reeves to Tijuana Brass to 50s rock and roll. It was just a
Yeah.
mix of everything. Even when she played the piano, we'd be singing Alley Cat, and then Que sera, sera. It was,
Oh yeah, I remember those Saturdays. But I was the only boy and I had sisters, so I would just lay around. It's like, well, I'll let them get a little head start on everything, you know? I'll just
yeah.
kind of file in, see what needs to happen.
Oh, there you go, Navy vet. That sounds good. Hooking up his phone to the auditorium PA system at nights while he's cleaning it up.
There you go.
Excuse me. Yeah, Chuck's probably feeling off because of the weather. Because when the temperatures are up and down like that, this is usually the time of year I get sick too. But I just taking,
The inconsistent temperatures, you know,
yep,
it's not a consistent warm or consistent cool, it's the inconsistent.
yep,
And the seasons is changing, that affects people certain ways. And there's always been that like lore superstition like around full moons, you know,
yes.
those type of things can bother you or
People go crazy.
yeah, there's that lore. Forget it
Babies
was
get born.
one yeah, that can happen too. Some university did the study and they found it could affect up to like 33% of the population could be affected during full moons. Um, and not necessarily just on the day of. It could be like days before or days after.
Yeah, it hasn't. I haven't gone psycho crazy. I think not that I know of. No one's told me I have.
I don't know enough, but it just makes me believe it could be some truth behind that. You know, if the moon affects water, you know, the tidal waves, stuff
Hmm.
like that. I mean, we're predominantly made of water, so I mean that theory could be true.
That's true. I didn't think about that.
You know, like we say waves of emotions. You know, like
Hmm.
tidal wave. You know, I don't know the whole science behind it, but I guess I got enough curiosity to believe that it could affect it some way.
I'm gonna have to do a study on myself and see what.
Actually, this year we just had we just have four uh super moons. This month's full moon was the fourth super moon in a row.
Yeah,
You know,
but they said that this is the last one. I think
yeah, for this year, they
for this.
say.
Yeah,
Don't worry, next month will just be a regular full moon. Nothing to worry about, nothing to see here. It's not super anymore. It's just regular.
so what makes it super?
It's supposedly, I forget the exact percentages, but it can appear up to so much um, percent bigger, or I guess closer, and so much more brighter.
I can understand that because that's why I was trying to get a picture of it. But I have so many trees around me. It's hard. It's got to be just in the right spot at the right time.
And it seemed like in my area, like just after it got dark here on the East Coast, it was like super big and bright. And then like maybe like an hour later, it didn't really seem. It seemed like it was a lot smaller, but it was it gotten brighter. It's kind of
Yeah.
weird.
So
Wait,
are
see.
you out far enough that you can see stars?
Oh yeah,
That's
they
good.
had some type of. I didn't. I didn't read much into it, but I think it was like some type of celestial alignment that was supposed to take in place last night with the full moon. I think it was called. They called it the Seven Sisters.
Oh, I've heard of that before.
Um, I could find that link and put it in the back chat. But it was some type of celestial alignment, and they was calling the Seven Sisters. Thought it was pretty interesting. But yeah, I can see stars. I mean, of course, I know there's a lot more that I can't see, but I mean, I can on a clear night tonight, I can see some.
The ancients knew all this stuff. I believe that.
Oh yeah,
Somebody named all of it. Hey, Kim, good to see you.
yeah, yeah. They were trying to figure out and understand the galaxies, and they said, you don't need to think about that. We'll just give you a galaxy in your hand, and then the phones, the galaxies.
Yeah,
Don't worry about everything up there. You just look at this galaxy. It's got everything you need.
that's what mine is.
Oh, think about little stuff like that, or I don't know.
There you go, T-girl. The sky is a giant clock. Yes, that's what I've been teaching my youngest granddaughter. Trying to, anytime we go outside, hey, look where the sun is. What time do you think it is? Trying to get her to see how you can kind of tell the time by the sun.
Yeah,
That the moon has gotten a little different. That's it seems to be coming up earlier now for some reason. So it's not positioning where I can tell the time at night. During the day, it's I'm not too far off.
it seems like I don't know. Can't quite calculate it, but it does seem like there's something a little off the last couple cycles. I
Yeah,
don't know.
I never thought of that. Jails have cells, prisons have cells, phones.
What's
And
that?
it's jails and prisons have cells, and then
Oh
cell
yeah,
phones.
yeah.
Interesting. Well, I mean, I know a lot of people that go off grid, but I just can't go completely off grid.
It'd be like going camping and never leaving.
Yeah, but oh, Black Watch.
Hey Bonnie, what?
Good evening, buddy.
Chuck, if you're still out there, good to hear from you. But, I got this thing, I don't know why. You talk about studies, and maybe it came from that TEDx, don't yell at me, Virginia channel. But my older niece went to university and got a job. Now you talk about the effects of things, right? I get this kid, he's got, the plastic pen holder in his shirt pocket. He got white socks, and his glasses with the tape. And he's on a cherry picker. And he goes up to this guy sitting on the flagpole and says, "When did you notice you started acting strange, sir?" And he takes notes. Do you know what I mean? Like these
Yeah.
professional thinkers. Go to TEDx channel and listen to them. They don't
Oh, I
tell,
do.
they don't tell you anything. They explain it to you. I don't know.
Huh.
I have listened to some of their speeches, certain speakers before. Some of them's interesting, but yeah, some of them it's just, man,
20 minutes of nonsense.
theoretical theorists.
Yeah, but the one that got me was this woman. And she didn't say, I'm going to tell you about it. She said, "I'm going to explain it to you." So I thought, I'll go get my donut to sit on, and my coffee and listen to you. The ones, they go to school, they go to university, college, whatever it is. And that's all they know.
That's it.
And they sit there and think. And they get 100,000 or 200,000 a year to think, right? Or observe. I'm an observer, I don't know. It's just me listening to them. You know what I mean? Like they're
Oh
professional.
yeah.
Like think tanks. They sit in a pool and think. Like, oh my God, I don't know.
They've been told what to think for so long that they can't really formulate an opinion for themselves outside of what they've been thinking about. It's like
Plus
book smarts, but no street smarts.
it's a continual thing of whoever taught them. You know what I mean? No, you're wrong. Think this, right? And then I don't know.
No common sense. John said some people get so smart they become stupid.
Then they get $2 million to study the mating habits of the fire ant, right? And they're looking at these, like, wow. I think we can do without them. Did you watch? I thought it was odd. Maybe it's just me. The recent thing where the rescue mission of SpaceX, and then it says they're expected to meet with them in September to 29. And I thought to myself, it's November, isn't it? And I flipped back to my page and it says November. Did you hear that? And I thought, this is a live thing of something that's old. What? I don't know.
I remember they was supposedly stuck up there. I never researched it to see what came of that. If they got them out or they're still fighting or what, I don't know.
But there's a couple of channels did a live thing on it a few days ago. Last week or this week, whatever it is. And I'm thinking,
look into it.
They said September the 29th they're going to get. And I thought to myself, they're late. Like it's November.
Yeah, it definitely ain't. Yeah, that broke a long time ago. Yeah.
And that, to me, is a waste of time, too, the space station. But anyway, it's just this whole, upper echelon of thinking. I mean, I want to know how my cucumbers will grow upside down in space, just in case I want a salad, right? Oh, God.
Oh, they got a guy that'll tell you. He'll tell you all about it.
Yeah, really. I spent 30 years watching my cucumbers grow.
They give you the brochures and all the paperwork.
Oh, sure. And the quantum mechanics to figure out why it worked. Oh, good. Anyway, so who's in the driver's seat?
Me.
Oh, okay. Can you drop Watt off at 5th and 16th Avenue?
All right.
Okay.
I appreciate that. That's a good drop-off spot.
You were talking about the moon,
Mhm.
I remember from a movie, Cosmo's Moon. Do you remember Moonstruck?
Oh yeah.
Cosmo's Moon. Do you know you look like you're 21 standing there? And she starts to giggle. That was a good movie. I like that.
Yeah.
Uh, but so Cher can act, serious roles.
I saw that the Philippines are having major difficulties because they just had or they're preparing for, they're evacuating 6 typhoons of the year.
Hmm. Yeah, that's tough. A lot of places have been getting hit. The Philippines, Italy, Spain had their flooding. You had a
Yeah.
bunch of flooding in China. Um, where else? Heck, the Sahara Desert was getting flooded. Pretty interesting.
Said 9 inches here, but I was fine. Venus had 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Likely to get hit with a tree than 9 inches.
That's what she said.
I measure like you.
Say,
That's
I think we're supposed to get some possible rain maybe early to middle next week from whatever storm's fixing to push through Florida.
same here. It,
We'll
so I wonder
see.
if the states in between have the same weather also. Because every time you say your temperatures or I say mine, that it's so close to the same. We're 1,000 miles apart. How is that?
Just the the South in general, the Gulf Coast area,
Um,
you know.
yeah,
It's funny, we had rain for a couple of days. Of course, North America did. And in Spain, the guy I told you about couldn't charge his phone through the solar panels because there was 2 days of rain. You know,
You know.
well, that's a lot longer than 1,000 miles. Antigua is a Cortiga, something Spain, Cortiga, something like that.
how does that go? Rain in Spain is mainly in the plain.
Spain, I say, what?
Yeah,
All it.
I said that after I saw all the major flooding they were getting in Spain, and yeah, I thought of that little quote, and I said, well, the quote was wrong because they got plenty of rain, too much rain,
Yeah.
and it was
And
like it's
yet he said
horrible.
two major rivers there were drying up. And I thought, it's raining out. How could, but it was true. Uh, but there you go.
Oh no, there's another. I think this one's called Sarah. That's gonna go into Mexico, Belize, and that's when I noticed that coin that I was telling y'all about that I found with the Queen of England.
Uh
It's
huh.
like
In the box,
in the back. It does have Belize on the back of it.
really.
Tina. Yeah, we need some rain here too.
Did you say you stopped in to see Chuck on your, Let's Raid Southeastern Texas parade?
Yes. Well, we met up. We didn't. I
Oh,
didn't.
oh, a meetup. Okay, that was cool. That was good.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's, that's good.
was. We were at a at a thrift store of all things. Whenever they came, like we were about 30 minutes from where they lived, where
Yeah.
we stayed the night, and so they came there and met us at the thrift store, and then we went back to our motel because outside it has a seating area with barbecue pits and stuff. So we were sitting out there, and then it started raining. So then we all went into the room, but our room had a sofa with a coffee table and chairs and stuff. It wasn't just beds.
So you spent 2 days inside because of the rain playing checkers. Your move.
Oh no, we don't let rain stop us.
No. Have you ever done? I can remember when I was young, like I told you, my dad didn't win a craps, apparently. He didn't get the cottage. But it was the first 2 weeks in August. What if it rained for 10 days? You're sitting there with the screen doors open playing checkers for 10 days. You ever had that on a vacation? No, we just
No,
no.
I I can always find something to do. I mean, there's buildings you can go into, museums, all kinds of things.
No, but I mean, this is a cottage, in cottage country, and it's just, it's
Yeah,
normal for them.
If you ever want to play checkers, you can go to any of the Cracker Barrels around here. They have checkerboards out front.
Yeah.
oh cool. The great big ones.
Yeah, the big ones. Yeah, you sit there and play it. Yeah, they're like, I don't know. They're probably the size of like hockey pucks.
Yeah.
What I remember there on that beach, it wasn't Sabo Beach. Was it called the Ship Ahoy?
Hmm.
Yeah. And it was a big, if it rained, they threw extra bingo games. And they had all these hard cards, you know what I mean? Like 6 cards, and it's like 48 layers of, cardboard. And they had metal markers, little metal squares that fit over and they're rounded. And I thought, how many people does it take to do these things? But it was fun. It was, if it rained, you went there, and kind of memorable.
That's cool. And we had bingo Wednesday night to raise money for the volleyball team.
Yeah.
They're climbing to state. So,
Nice.
man,
Have you ever gone to a bingo? And I'm sorry, it's true. Of varying ages, but usually an old lady. And she's got cards on both sides of the table for the last 6 feet. And she notices you need I-19 to beat her. And she's glaring at you and the caller. It's like, if you call I-19, you're dead, right? You ever get one of them? You got 6 feet of the table. It's her cards, right? Anyway, that's what I remember.
you go, Chima.
The high school, the high school that I graduated from, they won the region championship last Friday, and they won their first uh playoff game this last Friday. They won,
Cool.
so now they're headed to state.
Mhm.
Wow. Hey there, Bum. Good to see you.
Was that high school ball?
High
What?
school football, yes,
Yeah.
sir.
Have you ever had what do you call it? Brain drain. A riot at a football where the police are called? I mean, like a lot of police?
No,
We had one in high school.
We've had a bunch of. I mean, there's been some good rivalries. You know what I mean, but not to that level. No.
I'll never forget that one game.
Yeah, we haven't had that problem. The only time I've had to step in was it was a soccer game, and one of the coaches put his hands on my daughter's chest while she was running, and so yeah, and I had several dads backing me.
Uh,
So I went running up, hey, you don't touch the players. No excuse for that.
no.
Even now, or like back when I was in high school and played, and Friday night it was like a community thing. Like before school was even out, you had people like from the community that then came up and set up out in the parking lot and had their grills already going. Um,
Yes,
some kind of game night. Shoot, pretty much half the town's there.
yeah, that's the way it is here. Friday night football, it's a
We
big deal.
always we always fell one game short, but it was cool. Both my nephews, I was there and saw them win a state championship in football. Same high school I went to.
Yeah, that's cool. We
Both
have,
of them got a ring.
I don't think we've done that in football with one state in baseball, but, and then, seems like a couple of years ago, the volleyball team won state also, but our football players, for whatever reason, they're short. Um, compared to some of the other teams we play that look like giants up against them. Kind of like the Texas Tech and Georgia game.
That's how it is. Perfect example. Go Bulldogs. The Bulldogs beat the other teams tonight. They beat Tennessee 31-17.
Guess whatever they're spraying in the air is making our boys shorter or something. I don't know what's going on.
That's like, I don't know.
I know college ball is the biggest down there, but I remember we had the Trojans and the Goliaths. Of course, the Trojans were the lowest, the smaller. But it was kind of like they had two sizes of helmets. And this is how you knew what size. Can you picture a running back with a helmet 12 sizes too big? When I think about it, that the school, dress for football playing, and it's like they had two sizes of helmets. One size fits all. Maybe you're more serious out there and you have, better fitting equipment, but they looked, I don't know.
Dude, I know it personally. I always had it in my head. It was always hard finding a helmet. So, of course, I always got stuck with the 1975 Bad News Bears helmet. You know what I mean?
I was out of
Man,
school in '75. I mean, you're talking the '60s, but then you
yeah.
get this monster, right? He's about 610 pounds, and the ear holes in his helmet is around, just under his temple.
Yeah.
Oh God, I haven't thought of that in a long time. You know, oh God.
It's when my son was playing during the games, I would stand at the goalpost because shut my door, please. Sorry about that. She's gonna vacuum. I'm gonna let her. What was I saying? Oh yeah, standing at the goalpost because for whatever reason, my son, 6 foot tall but skinny. He's like not he's not huge, and um, put him as a linebacker, guard, something, lineman. And this guy, he was just throwing him all over that field. I was like getting closer and closer to the goalpost, yelling, "Ref, where are you? He's killing him." And he told me, "Mom, please quit coming to my football games."
I'm curious what, just the differences, if there are any. Do you ever notice all the gym teachers, they all dress the same and they all taught geography?
Yes,
Everyone I had from middle school up taught geography.
yes. And they don't know a thing about it. And don't,
It, and their idea of health class is throwing you in the shower, whether you like it or not. That's health. Health and geography, that's all they knew. When I think about it.
yeah,
So it's the same. It's weird.
yeah. That is kind of weird. Same there. I don't know if it's like that in the city. Um, I didn't see that before I moved to the country, but once I moved to the country, it was like, oh, yep, there it is.
And they all have the yoga pant fetish, you know what I mean? That's all they dress in is yoga pants. They call them track pants. They look like yoga pant and a
Oh,
blue jacket.
no,
You know,
ours didn't wear anything like that. They wear the shorts and the like a polo shirt type thing.
the teacher did. The
Yeah.
uh,
Well, okay, when he was teaching class, it was like khaki pants, not not
oh,
yoga.
we never had that.
Would have wore yoga pants. We would have
Well, you know what I mean?
totally made fun of that.
Gray sweatpants and the mandatory. It's like
Yeah.
what Bush wore to 9/11. That blue jacket look thing. That's what it was. Thin nylon jacket and gray pants.
Yeah.
Uh,
I don't know.
I don't know. They must have stamped them out somewhere.
All right, I'm back.
Anyway,
Yeah, we had some weird teachers, and the principal was, I don't know how they picked him.
Who's that?
Principal he was, and he taught science. He's the one who taught science. And
uh,
you tell me what taking a piece of wood and putting a piece of paper on it and using a pencil to make the grain come through the paper, how is that teaching us science?
I don't know.
That's the only thing I remember doing in that class. Most of it was field trip to see the dinosaur tracks or the fossils in the sides of the hills.
Y'all didn't ever dissect the frogs or the giant earthworms or anything like that?
We did that in biology, and that was a coach too. It was the girls' coach.
Huh. That's funny. Because the class that I did that in was also the coach. Coach Gibbs. I don't know how this dude was the coach, man. I felt bad for him. He was like he couldn't hardly do anything. He would just sit there and kind of tell us. I mean, he was a good talker. He was one heck of a talker. He could explain it to you, but you wouldn't get much physical activity out of this guy. I promise you.
You ever remember in science you had the ebony rod and you use the cloth on this and see how many moths you can stick to the rod? What was the point of that? It's Static electricity, I guess. I don't know.
Oh, we never did that.
Oh, they had such stupid things. And what did all those poor frogs do to deserve that? I never cut one up. I refused.
I didn't. Once they pulled them out of the liquid, I was hanging out the window. That smell just,
Yeah.
Yeah, that was the worst thing about it. The juice.
yeah.
Man,
And then the boys in the class were wanting to do a cat. And I was like, surely not. I'm just sitting there thinking they would not go that far. And then the teacher told them, if you can find one that's already dead. And I was like, oh my goodness, I won't be here that day.
they're taking the cats. They're taking the frogs. We did the frog. We did the giant earthworm. So I'm thinking, man, where the heck did they get these earthworms from? They were huge.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We did the fetal pig. And we did this giant grasshopper. Those things was huge. Those things was, heck, that was as big as my hand then. Yeah,
Remember they used to tell you they're spitting tobacco at you? Remember, about those?
Yes.
That's tobacco. I thought, why don't they change the filters? Yeah.
it'll buff out. It's a lot different now. Oh,
See, and I would have been thinking, okay, we use this grasshopper to fish. These big
they
old
were huge. I don't know where they were getting them from. They just came in these buckets.
Mm.
Man,
You guys are so big on catfish. I think I said it, when I don't know, we didn't have the cottage for, my teen years. Well, maybe once. But it used to be a catfish. You don't know what you got. You pull it. I used to tell my dad, hit it with the oar, hit it with the oar. That, looking thing coming in. Smack that thing. Yeah.
yeah.
What's wrong with fish?
Shoot, I ate some catfish nuggets today, matter of fact.
Oh, they smelled, good.
You might have got a hold of a dogfish.
Something.
It's one of those Canadian carps.
Yeah. Do you have sunfish there? You used to go out and it's raining, and the damn sunfish will go, there's no sun, so let's get this guy's line. You spend all day, unhooking these stupid little 2-inch flat fish. Sunfish, they call them, because they're golden,
Brim or stuff like that.
Yeah.
I often fantasized if my sister went out and I'd say, that's a piranha. Watch her run. Yeah. They look like that.
It was, well, it's been over 10 years ago now, but it was a local waterway that a fisherman found the cousin of the piranha, which is called the pacu. And man, the teeth on that thing looked like they were human teeth.
Where did they get named? They say, you're Paku. Yeah, chewing up your finger.
That's what they said. It was called the pacu fish. It was a cousin of the piranha, which looked very similar to it.
Yeah.
Yes.
The guy was fishing in a local creek and caught it. And he didn't know what the heck he had done called. He called the game warden. I think he called the game warden.
Mm.
That's when they, called a specialist or somebody and they figured it out. But yeah,
That would freak me out. Because swimming all the time, it was nothing to feel fish nibbling on you.
Yeah.
Yes, watch out for those paku. School of Wild Paku.
Well, where they filmed Piranha was in a pool, and I was like, how do they know they got them all out? And
They got
they,
wildlife to stick his foot in. Anybody there?
Shoot, they can't pay me enough.
Oh, cool. Do you have what they call muskies? I don't know what they call them muskie. And there's this Mr. Robinson. His grandparents must have owned the cottage. You know, like the sweeping down the hill to the docks and everything. But he knew where to fish for muskies. And he held it by the gills and it was under his chin. The damn thing was about 4 feet long.
Huh.
And he could hold, great big, huge.
oh,
I thought, how the hell do you eat that thing? You must have a big freezer in there somewhere. But yeah, huge fishes. Fishes.
fish, huge fish.
Yeah, fish.
Yep, garlic.
My nieces.
I love garlic. I gotta plant me some more. Ain't got enough planted.
Getting to buy clothes. I saw this video, and it's so weird because when we were on the trip, found this store that had emergency candles like for $1 a box. So I bought several,
Huh.
and then I saw this guy making. He would take 3 of those emergency candles and melt them in a skillet, pull out the wick, and save it, and then put garlic cloves in the bottom of a glass container, whatever you're going to use, and lots of garlic, and then pour that melted wax in there, and then put cinnamon and stir it in real good. Put the wick in with a pencil or whatever roll to hold the wick up. And once it hardens, then you've got this really good smelling homemade candle.
Well,
I think they
you
call
ain't
that.
gotta worry about any vampires coming around. You putting whole cloves of garlic in it.
No, regular cloves. Like,
Okay, the spice cloves. Okay.
yes, like you would put
Okay.
in a
I
ham.
was thinking like cloves of garlic.
No,
Oh,
no,
that
it's
makes sense.
making me some of those because I love the smell of cinnamon and clove.
I can picture the local fire department. Another aromatherapy call, guys. Put on your gas masks.
See how much the kits are and make your own candles or make your own scents.
Yeah. Lavender is really big around here, and I don't really care for it.
I always grow lavender.
Yeah, I like to grow it, but not. I mean, they put it in cookies, they put it in candles, they get carried away with it. It's in everything. Soaps.
Yeah. It's like the new pumpkin spice.
Yes. And then scented candle cry all the time.
You ever tried water skiing? Now that I'm thinking about those cottages.
Yes.
My dad was a good swimmer. Apparently, it's kind of like throw you in, watch the dog, and we'll throw you in. Do what the dog did, but he could, and he'd get on. Well, that's how he learned. He said, But they had these little, you have the 45-gallon drums, and they make like a raft. But I can still see him trying to water ski, and he goes face first. The thing gets going, and bang, and then he got up and did it again. And I thought, my God, my father's stupid. Like bang.
Fun.
He never got. Once he got up, he went down. He just couldn't get it.
Hmm.
Yeah. And you get the guy that shows off because he doesn't need skis. He can do it with his bare feet, which was amazing.
Yeah.
Those are a lot of fun years.
I couldn't do that. But even when the girls were small, we had the I don't know what you call them. We called them boogie boards that you tie on back there. And
Yeah.
I remember when you could never afford a waterfront cottage. No way. So, the roadways and that. And my dad and this guy was going fishing. I thought, I'm coming with you. You're about 5 or something. Well, I woke up and they were gone. At 4 in the morning. I was like, this is disownment, right? I mean, this is severe child abuse. And they came back and they had like a woodsman jackets on they went out with, and it was covered in bugs. I said to my mom, thanks for not waking me up. Just covered in bugs.
Huh.
Talk about devoted fishermen. I don't think they caught a fish either. But oh God, it was like they were alive, Mm.
whenever it snowed in my hometown, we got 14 inches of snow one year. Just so we don't have any of the fun snow toys that everybody else has. So these kids came by in a truck and they had a rope with a garbage can lid tied to the back of it and somebody riding on the garbage can lid.
Yeah.
And there was a curve right after my house and like a L-shaped curve. They'd fly around that and we'd watch them roll off in the ditch or
Reminds me of Chevy Chase. Remember, he got those saucers for the snow, and he put the stuff from work that makes them slippery. And
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah. Those are some pretty funny movies.
No car hood. There you go. For sled. We used to go down railroad tracks on cardboard boxes. Make do with what you got.
I remember, for some reason, it's coming back to me. I remember my cousin Harold, my aunt, the oldest aunt, her son. And there's like a big hill, not really high, but long. And it's wide. You know what I mean? They're going on a toboggan. On the far left side was some house, a little fence, That's it. You barely see it. And they go all the way down there. I swear it took 20 minutes. And they hit the fence post with all the room. You know what I mean? With all that space, they hit the fence post. Oh, God. It's stupid.
That's how it was when my cousin came to my house when I was a kid. I had a go-kart, and as soon as this sugar gets on it, I mean, there was nothing you could possibly hit. He goes straight towards everything you could hit.
Accident prone.
Oh yeah.
Did you have one of them? What you had? Was it kind of like a homemade, or was it like my dad got for $200? It was a gas station and with box carts. and there's a used one, just a run of the mill. And we had a lot of fun with that go kart.
I love
I rode it till I couldn't fit on it no more.
Yeah. The town I moved to, it's all residential. But at the time, we went up to Goodwood Cart, right? That had a little track. And you get these guys that they look like they're about 400 pounds with their leather jackets. They got like the helmets, and they got twin alcohol engines on them. Nobody wanted to go on the track with them. 60 miles an hour. Yeah.
Oh wow.
My one of my buddies I went to school with, they called him Little Lonnie, and his daddy was Big Lonnie. But all through as a kid in like middle school, he raced go karts. You go to different places that had tracks, and then here locally they had one for a longest. People could go out there and they had dirt go kart races. Then you eventually level up to something else.
Yeah. I loved the buggy rails. Oh my goodness. We
That
had
was fun to watch as a kid.
well, I wasn't a kid. I was grown when I was flying around on those. And we even once I had the kids, we got a buggy rail so that we could have fun with them. There was a dry creek on the ranch where I was renting, and I'd go through there, and the kids were like, faster, faster. And we got to where we were jumping that creek. I got in trouble. My husband's like, they're going to fly out of there. So put seatbelts in it. Got seatbelts.
Shit, now he's grown and shit. He's got a couple cars and trucks he takes out to the drag strip sometimes and races them.
Oh, cool. You ever go to the monster truck shows?
Yeah, we got one coming up soon. I need to recheck when the date. I'd like to go check it out. Yeah,
Those are loud. But
The only, the only thing we had for that because of the weather was the Canadian National Exhibition grounds, and the buildings were permanent, but they brought the monster trucks in, but like dump trucks full of sand, and that was in the winter. They used to run them.
out on my mom's side of the county, they built this a couple years back. They built this whole big old It's like an agricultural center, and you could host all type of events there. But they have this big area where they have like in the middle where they have the rodeos and the maturities, and they have monster truck shows out there.
Mm.
It's pretty cool.
yeah, the only thing we have here is the rodeo and then the bike rally.
Well, they're building this new $1 billion arena here locally. We better start getting some type of events 'cause that's a lot of money.
It is. Goodness.
Well, I mean, it's starting out. It's like 450 or like 500 million on the books, but something's
Yeah,
gonna happen.
of course. It's $1 million, what they call it, walking path, bicycle trail, something like that. And all it is white stripes painted on the road. I'm gonna have to take a picture of that and post it so y'all
Yeah,
can see
we have
what.
those in certain parts of the city here, in the city parts.
There's no way that cost $1 million. Somebody got rich quick.
Oh yeah, need to be the line painting guy, whoever that guy is.
I don't even think it was him. I think it was somebody in the city.
This guy always paints within the lines. He was always a perfect painter. He was made for that job.
Did you ever go through, well, you're a little bit younger, the soapbox derbies where you built your own soapbox car? Was it, you know?
No, I always saw that in the movies and stuff, but I never experienced it. No.
I tried to build them. I took a 2x4 for the front axle, and you wrote it out and you put the axle in. But I tried to make it shaped like a airplane wing, you know. And
Oh, I made a few homemade ones. You know,
that's what I mean.
I lived out in the country, so it was more like hills and a lot of clay, a lot of dirt roads. So
Yeah.
Can y'all excuse me a moment? I need to take her in
I
my
did.
car.
I think it was my 7th grade year of middle school in technology class. And my module was to make the race car, cut it out of a block of wood, put it on the track. That was pretty cool. Had a little CO2 canister in the back of it, and a little lever went down.
You know, you talk about today kids with entitlement. There's the two brothers that owned the performance shop track that I got into in the 90s of drag racing. And he had this son. Joe had this son. He didn't look Portuguese, he looked white. So, the spare unit, I go out there and I'm looking at a mini rail for kids, mini rail. And I said, if somebody got money? He said, it only cost me $6,000 used for his son. A mini rail. And I got,
What is that?
the Top Fuel dragsters, they're rails. Not funny cars, they're rails.
Okay.
With the engine in the back. Well, it's a miniature one for kids. And that damn thing was $6,000 used. I thought, I grew up in the wrong place. He got everything. The rails, like used to be Don Garlics. They put him in the front, the engine in the front. He lost his foot, and then they put the engine in the back. Well, that's a rail. They call them rails, as opposed to funny cars. And this kid got a $6,000. I'm going, I don't know. However,
A buddy of mine's boss, he's got a big construction company, and man, he's got like every kind of play toy you can think of. But his son, I forget his name. He's got a YouTube channel, but he does like the extreme rock crawling, where they got the souped up buggies and they're going up a super high incline and stuff like that. He does events like that.
I think those you have to get a step ladder to change the oil, right? Where's that Pam puck? It's about 8 feet in the air. Rock crawlers.
Wish I could remember his name.
Hmm.
I know his nickname is the Hitman. But yeah, been out on the property here locally, and they got a bunch of land, and they got enough land you could ride whatever.
Mm-hmm. It looks like that incline is a little too steep and rolls over backwards. Plump, 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 plump. Jesus. People don't do. I can't help but think, how tall were you when you had your go-kart?
Me, I was probably between 5 and 8 years old, somewhere around in there probably.
Yeah.
So I was always the tallest one in my class.
Because I had a friend, Danny, when he had the go-kart. He had a brother, and he was about 7'48". And he tried to sit in that cart, and his knees were, about 2 feet over his head. I remember that. He's trying drive this damn thing, you know, and it's, you know,
Well, I
what,
figured out how to maneuver it. 'Cause shoot, I was like, man, as a kid, you got something like that, you're not trying to get off of it. You're gonna ride it till the wheels fall off.
yeah. I remember we used to put it in the back of some guy's truck, and my dad would drive it up, and there was Save That. That was a store, but they had another parking lot nobody used,
Mhm.
you know, on the next block. And it was a long way down. It was an apartment building. So we went to the store manager, my dad and the guy, can we use that? And he said, sure, nobody does. I don't think it was a Sunday, it might have been Saturday or Sunday. But Kenny had this Vespa, but he had the cart. So he goes to northern part. He said, you know, you can't stop those things, Watt, once you get going.
Mm.
And this cop with the yellow car at the time, I guess somebody called about the noise. He stopped. Kenny almost went under his driver's door. The front of the cart was, you know, it was ridiculous. The cop looked at you like you're making noise, you know. But he would have killed him. He would have gone right under the cop's car. It was ridiculous.
Oh, I've dealt with a few noise police people myself.
Well, I worked for an aircraft company, union, you know, on and off. I went out of the union. But when you went on a strike, there was always a division of cops that were for the company and a division of cops that were kind of for the other. But that's what these cops were like. Like, way the hell down the street was an apartment building and somebody complained. You know, and it's kind of like Gestapo, you know. I almost swallowed my tongue when I saw him almost going right under the car. It was ridiculous.
Some
Oh,
people, it's crazy.
yeah, I mean, you know. My dad had a few choice words for the cops. I remember that. But anyway.
Yeah, it's like the day I was leaving the flea market, and obviously somebody was in too big of a hurry to go nowhere, and they T-boned right into the side of the soccer mom van.
Uh,
I said, "Yep, glad I dodged that interaction."
yeah. Mhm.
Try to avoid the bad drivers. There's so many of them, and then so many people they don't pay attention. They're on their phones and thinking somebody in front of me is drunk, and I get ready to pass them. No, they're just on the phone.
I'm glad I didn't grow up with that. I didn't get my license. Nobody had a, you know, they just didn't exist. But, you know, the radios and, you know, they get distracted with something.
Yeah,
I'm back.
yeah.
Sorry about that.
You
Hey,
ever,
you
sorry.
no, I'm sorry. Talking to her.
You ever see the drivers, you know, you get a 3-lane highway. And for the most part, the big rigs are to the, you know, the right-hand lane.
Yeah.
Rarely they have to go into the middle. But you get some idiot, right, that for whatever reason, and it forces one of them to the left side. And here's this little car between two rigs, and the driver is freaking out. You ever seen that?
Oh, yeah.
When they're between two big rigs, you know, and they're like, oh, I gotta die.
I hate passing a semi. They're usually not real stable.
Well, I don't know.
I still give them the pump. I give them the fist pump, and then I pump it. See if they'll blow the horn. Some do, some don't. Some don't acknowledge it.
I always thought if these guys don't know what they're doing, I'm in trouble, right? It didn't bother me. I mean, that wasn't the most comfortable place to be, but it didn't really bother me because I knew sooner or later the guy just slow down a bit. The guy to your left will get over. But anyway, actually up here that's illegal. Cop wants to be sticky. The rig goes to the left. They can nail him. You're not supposed to be in the left-hand lane.
Really? Oh,
Mm-hmm.
they do.
You have 2
Try
lanes.
to go wherever they want here, even on the old farm roads and everything. And I thought that was against the law, but
I've never seen them get pulled over, but technically speaking, because they're going past the speed limit, definitely.
yeah.
But they cut them the slack because the stupid drivers, you know what I mean? Like, you can stop. There's only 100,000 pounds. Yeah.
Just need to stop making laws here because every time they make a law to stop something, it only makes it worse.
Mm-hmm.
They made the law where if you get caught texting and driving, it was fines. Man, all that did was make people want to do it more.
Yeah.
Then they passed another one about you just can't linger in the left lane. You know, if somebody's trying to pass, you gotta get over stuff
Yeah.
like that. Man, it got worse. The lingerers, it just more lingerers just started lingering in the left lane. You can't pass nobody. So,
Yeah.
man, they just need to stop passing laws. It's having the opposite. It's having the opposite reaction.
Here they put a turning lane down the middle of the highway in some parts, and people will use that passing lane.
Mm.
Wrecks constantly.
I've noticed some places downtown that you can't just turn right anymore. You got to turn right on the signal only now,
Hmm.
and that just makes traffic worse. There's always that one person that don't wait. They just clog the lane up. So now they're just sitting there. They can't go nowhere. And now nobody else can go anywhere because they're just blocking the whole lane.
I learned several years ago, don't get on 35 on Thanksgiving Day because you're not going to move. It took us, it was 6 hours just to get through Austin.
Seen the study the other day that said that the top 3 states they're supposed to be traveled to or Thanksgiving traveled to would be Georgia, Texas, and California.
Great. Yep. I try to stay home.
Or the most traveled to places during Thanksgiving or something like that. Some type of statistic they said.
Yeah.
I never understood that. Why don't we celebrate a holiday by being on the road for 48 hours straight? You know what I mean? Like,
I know.
how's that a holiday?
But it's like that every weekend here. Um, Friday afternoon, I don't get near the highway, and Sunday all day, don't get near the highway. Take the back roads. There's so much traffic. You takes you 30 minutes just to be able to get out in it.
Mm.
That's how it is in the city part of my area. It's getting like Atlanta now. I mean, just every intersection that used to be you could get on as a cut through or bypass, you get on it and it's so backed up now. I
Yep.
mean, it's just unreal.
I don't know where they're all coming from either. I mean, I know it's hunting season. 3 cars in the back of his truck, loading up, and And then we got the holidays coming up. It's just
Gotta-
only during the week do I go near town at night. Everybody will be here looking at the lights, and they come from all over Texas.
Yeah.
The worst one I saw in Toronto, we had the lakeshore, right? You know, everybody has lake shores. And the northern part was a 401, which goes forever. And they got the bright idea to connect the two. And they created the Don Valley Parkway. It was finished in 61. It was named correctly. It was a parkway. You go out, you know, rush hour, you got to park. You're going to have a tailgate party going home. You know what I mean? It was the most ill-conceived idea I've ever seen.
Yeah.
And then they turned it over to Toronto. You're going to pay for it. But they just turned it back to the province. You pay for it, you know, to try to keep it going. It's ridiculous.
That's your engineers at work.
Well, it's in the Don Valley. You know what I mean? The stupid little Don Valley's like a creek, but then it would flood and it flood part of the road.
Exactly.
You kind of, who thought of this? You know, like,
Don't let the name fool you.
really, yeah, it was just, you know. That's when they built the subway. I thought, thank God, you know, take the subway to work.
You know, I don't think I could ever ride a subway.
Hey, Lisa. Nope, never been on a subway.
They used to have old red cars, you know, before they upgraded. And you go tearing down the, you know, if you fell, you'd break your neck. You know,
no doubt.
well, it's summer. It's like 100 some odd degrees, you know, and they have certain parts where the guy leans out, blow the whistle, and then the driver at the front. So go tearing down, and you say, I made it. The doors just started to close. Then you realize no windows are open. You know what I mean? It's 100 some odd degrees, and you're in this oven, you know, and but subways, yeah.
Be my luck it breaks down or something on my first ride, you know.
It was a hoot kind of, you know, the front car on the right when you walk in is a driver, you know, with the lever, you know, it's electric. And there's a window there in one seat. I used to go there and watch the tracks, you know, when I went home late at night. And you see, you know, the lights going green and, you know, what it's like to be a subway driver. You know, all the tracks crossing and, yeah.
Yeah. I listen to other people's stories. I don't want to make my own subway memories.
It wasn't bad. It wasn't, you know, it wasn't. Then all of a sudden, part of the subway, you're above ground, you know, like different, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They have those in Atlanta, the MARTA trains.
I think they call them LRTs, like rapid transit here, to get to the subways.
They didn't, but the ones in Atlanta, they don't run. They don't run 24/7. They run up to a certain time. I think like at 12 or 1 o'clock they stop.
I think ours was 1:30, 2, and they all go to the, you know, the house, the you know, park.
Service station.
Get cleaned, you know, cleaned out. And
oh, you got to thoroughly clean those things.
oh yeah,
It's got everything life's throwing at you in a box.
Oh yeah.
That's right. I wouldn't. Lisa said I wasn't missing anything. I totally believe that. I've only heard nothing but bad about them. So I don't know if y'all have seen the one in Dallas. Is that a subway when it's up high going through?
No, it's more of a rail system. Sub just pretty much means underground.
Underground. Okay.
The LRTs are like smaller trains. They're usually elevated, to get to the subways from, the other limits of the city.
But anything that goes underground, that would be a subway.
Mm.
Okay.
I could remember it would be so crowded, you barely get in the doors. And you're guaranteed you will get out at the next stop. You know what I mean? Next stop, everybody out, you're on the wave, standing on the platform. Well, I didn't want to get off.
All right. Who pinched my butt? Which one of y'all did it? I can't turn around, but I know you're back there. You hear me?
And you get in there,
Sorry.
you're all packed in like sardines, and you find out you get to stand beside the guy that smells like musk. You ever smell a guy that puts musk on? Oh,
Oh, it's better than the natural musk.
yeah.
It's only worse when you've got the natural musk, then it's covered up by the synthetic musk. So you've got two different generations of musk, just, you're trying to figure out where it's coming from. It's like mustard gas.
I did security for, I was the only one for an aircraft company, mainframe. And I guess this guy was a manager, somewhere. I never figured it out. He's a big guy, he dressed well. But all of a sudden he's here to help you, which was the terror thing in part, which I didn't do. But he wore musk. And I'm, oh my God. And I thought, there's a woman that's married you and you smell like this, like, wow. Is that Ode to Squirrel you have on today? Oh God, it was painful.
Did you like Julie?
I think he had some rings on. Of course, you wore a suit, so necklaces. I think he had a few rings.
No, the perfume patchouli. Did you like that?
I thought you said, what did he wear jewelry? Sorry. What about?
No,
I don't think I've ever heard of that one.
it's I think it was a 70s thing. I don't know.
Sounds Italian.
Never could stand the smell of it, but it was the big thing.
What was it?
Patchouli.
Patchouli.
Virginia, help me out.
That sounds like Patchouli is like the glass beads, that song. Patchouli, that song. I don't know what it is.
Coming this fall to J.C. Penney. Patchouli.
It has a distinct smell. I can't even describe it.
It's that season. You see all the cologne and perfume commercials on TV now.
Yeah.
Oh, they're hilarious. I love them.
In the 60s, there was a big influx of Italians in the 60s, but I don't remember that. I don't.
Yep, the hippies.
All the social clubs, and I remember gelato, but when that Italian ice cream.
Yeah, same, not same. It's like a good gelato too, so I'm with you.
Virginia said it's a musky scent, so it's very herbal and natural. I just didn't like it.
I don't know. I know my grandma used to have all that. Her friend was with the Avon, so she'd have all those Avon bottles and stuff that was shaped like different, the car or whatever.
Yes.
I think she probably had the whole collection.
My grandmother did too. And those are worth so much money now.
Yeah. Yeah, they're like
All
collector's
gone.
pieces.
Remember Elizabeth Taylor? White
Yeah,
diamond, white diamond, you know,
white
$500 a
diamonds.
bottle.
Diamonds are a girl's best friend, don't you know?
And the funeral director's wife always wore that. And I was working at the grocery store back then, and she'd come in. Ugh, it's like she took a bath in that stuff.
It's a pretty distinct smell. If you smell it, you'll remember it.
Yep.
Yeah, they had the whole kit, the whole white diamond kit.
Yep.
I could be wrong, but I always thought Avon was looked at like cheap stuff. You know,
Well,
you always get this wife or something decides to sell Avon, and you have to go to work with these little stupid booklets to try to get the women to buy Avon from you. They look at you. Do you want to die? You know what I mean? Like I can remember that taking her books to work.
Yeah, whole catalog.
Jesus.
it was costume jewelry that they sold.
Yeah.
But when they started selling the other stuff, that's whenever it was cool. Like, um, well, okay, my perfume I still get from them, um, because it's the only one that's me. And but it's not a granny smell. It's a anyway. But
Great smell.
they started selling movies, and that's the bishop's wife and a couple of others, and they started selling toys too, and so the kids got some of the toys for Christmas. Yeah, I haven't. Every so often, I have to find a neighbor retailer, and I get 3 bottles, so it'll last me forever. Then I have to look for a dealer again.
You brought back memories. Remember Oil of Olay foundation? And it's like the woman trials it on, you know, it's kind of pink. And you did, what do you got on your face? And it had a granny smell. There's
Bacon. Okay, y'all, we got to come up with bacon perfume.
uh, poor women.
It just gave me the meat meat chills thinking about some fresh bacon. I could probably cook and eat a whole pound right now. BLTs for everybody.
Oh, last night on Indies, somebody described a sandwich in the chat, and I was like, "Oh my
See?
goodness!"
Even the
And
dog
then
loves it. Dogs love bacon. See?
It's bacon.
my daughter just got home from work.
I'm thinking it's the mention of bacon. Bacon,
Y'all
bacon,
mute.
bacon, bacon.
Remember they had that dog for bacon bits? Bacon, 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 bacon.
Oh yeah.
Shows.
Bacon, bacon. Dang, I ain't got no bacon.
The one that always got me, think about this. It used to be maybe a loaf of bread well under $1. And there's croutons. And you got to pay $3 for a box that's half a loaf. Dried bread, croutons.
I just make my own.
Yeah, I was going to say, why don't you cut it up, put it out in the sun, and let it dry?
Yeah. You always have a couple of pieces of bread left over sometimes, maybe.
Remember what
Especially,
we did when I was growing up in the winter time? My mom put lard on it, put it out for the birds. Get them through the winter, sparrows and that.
yeah.
Now it's $5 a loaf. You give me that crust.
Yeah, yeah. You getting this one, Tweety.
Nah. Mm. When I saw that, $4.67 for a loaf of bread, you got to be kidding me.
Do love my breads, but I've been trying to cut back. It's tough though.
But I don't know. I can't see the comment there somewhere. But I don't know. I don't.
Think about it. I didn't eat any breads today. I didn't even eat any cornbread today.
One thing I found here, we have liters now, so it's a 2-liter carton of milk. And they came out with a plastic spout because you have to look and it says spout this side. And you always use a steak knife to try to open it. So I thought that was a cool idea. Now they've gone back to the other way.
Oh yeah,
He's a steak.
packaging is horrible.
It's like, why? You had a good idea. You set the ring thing. You ever try to pull the ring thing out and the ring breaks? And you could use a steak knife to open it. But they've gone back to the wax thing. And no matter how you try, you'll get a sharp knife out to try to open that spout.
Hey, Ridge Runner. Ooh, honeysuckle.
I love the smell of honeysuckle.
I do too. If
I
I
can
could
smell
find
it right
something,
now.
if I could find something that's actually smelled like honeysuckle, I'd wear it.
Yes, it's hard to duplicate that smell. Yeah,
Yep.
it grows wild here. I love when it starts blooming. You can just smell it.
Hey, James. Yeah. I've always wanted a honeysuckle vine outside my bedroom window, so it come in. Used to be, Victoria's Secrets would have this berry body spray, and they would run it on sale, like, I can't remember, maybe 2 bottles for $20 at Christmas. But do they still even exist? Victoria's Secrets? I have no idea.
Think
You
so. I
do?
don't know.
Are you aware Victoria was a man that owned it?
So it was
I don't
Victor's
care.
Secrets.
Mm.
I don't care what it was that owned it. I just like the body spray. I didn't.
I'm pretty sure. I think they still have a store in the local mall here.
Huh. I have to see if they have online ordering. I
You know,
don't want.
You made me think of those Victoria's Secret shows, and they got the runway, and everybody's sitting below it, and they're looking at it. And she comes out, she's doing the pony trot, trying to not look at anybody. She's got high heels on. She starts to stumble and ends up in the
I've seen those. Really,
the pony trot thing they do, and yeah.
it's hard enough to walk in those heels, much less do anything else.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
The thing is,
100.
nobody in the audience laughed. I thought it was hilarious. I mean, she was all right, but
Good way to break an ankle.
Shit, break a leg.
Yeah.
Remember when Twiggy came out? This is the way you ought to walk. What?
And you know what? And that's what ruined, for me, that's what ruined everything. It was, I mean, you look at paintings from years ago, and the women were had meat on their bones.
Yeah.
And then that started, and everybody started looking anorexic. And
I appreciate a healthy woman.
Oh, I don't know.
Hey,
that's what I always understood. They like the curves.
yeah, it's like, you never trust a skinny cook. There are some exceptions, but
That's right.
Yeah, you got a point about the cooks. That's right. They're always somewhat stout.
Oh, goodness, Lisa. Are you okay? No, you were in the hospital.
Hey, Lisa.
Prayers for you.
be praying for you.
Yep. So, do you have to do a lot of Christmas shopping? What, or do you just?
You
I mean,
know, that really triggers my microaggressions. 'Cause now I have to think about it.
my
No, not really. Um, I mean, I get my mom stuff. Um, I get like my youngest nieces and nephews. I get them stuff, but not a whole lot. Um,
yeah,
I get my sister something. If I see something that I think they might like or something. But we usually uh, do like a Christmas party where like all the men bring a men's gift, all the women's bring a women's gift, and if any kids come, if they want to play, they can bring a kid's gift. They like
yeah.
playing along too. And then you draw numbers, and then of course whoever draws number one, they go first, and then whoever comes after you, they can steal your gift. They can either choose to steal your gift or they can go get a mystery gift. So it makes it kind of fun. It's like you're playing a game.
Yes, yeah. I've, we've done that. Yeah,
So,
there's so many of them now that that's kind of how we do it. Um, we draw names of who we're going to buy a gift for.
yeah.
That because they're struggling, trying to keep their homes or whatever. And
Oh yeah. It's tough. This times is tough. A lot of people's doing like homemade stuff, crafts or stuff they've been canning or making.
Ridge Winter, I'm horrible at buying gifts. I'm I'm trying to do better. Really think of them because I've gotten gifts that it's just hang in my closet or folded in my drawer or whatever. Um, you'd think my kids would know me by now, but my mother was just as bad. She would get me stuff that I was like, where did she even find this?
Yeah.
One of my daughters bought me a lamp. Um, I can't remember. I think it was for my birthday, and it's about 2 feet tall, and it's got these wooden sticks that stick up. I think it's supposed to look like a plant in the ocean, and it's And then it's got these frosted seashells stuck on it. It will
Yeah.
gone now, but it was so. And then the light bulb is at the bottom of it, so when you have the lamp on at night, it looks like some kind of creatures in the shadows it casts. It was the most ugly thing you ever saw, and
Mm.
she admitted it too. So it ended up sitting on the back of the toilet in my bathroom because I couldn't find a place to put it, and it went. I know we were doing a clean out the last time.
There's a guy I know. His lake house is like that. It's like a time capsule. It just all type of stuff like that. It almost looks like a late 1980s or early 1990s sitcom. It's a great location. Can't despite its own. You can't beat it.
And that's what it is. I mean, I try to make it look homey, but oh,
Did you ever have a Christmas where your father, no matter how your mother boxed the gifts, he always knew what he was getting?
no.
My dad always knew. Short sleeve dress shirts for work, long sleeve dress shirts for work, and a carton of cigarette.
Well, if it was the same thing every year, I guess he would know.
Yeah, well, I mean, what do you get them? I don't know. Thinking back, I should have bought him, got him an iguana in a cardboard box. That would have been unique, right? There's your iguana.
But like to rich runners offering you a compound bow.
Nice. Man, I hadn't did any archery in a long time. Need to get back into it. Nothing else, just to practice, get the muscle memory back.
You don't just get it wrong. Maybe that said his dad always knew because he checked the credit card statement. That's one year. My it was I think it was my grandmother's birthday, and her birthday's Valentine's Day, and my mother told my stepfather we got to get my mother a present, and so they were walking around, and he grabbed a $5 shirt and handed it to her, and he said, here's her present," and it made my mother so mad that she called and ordered a one of those like a metal carport overhang thing. Um, I think she got the driveway in too, so he didn't pick out my grandmother's gifts anymore because that one really cost him a lot of money.
I remember one year my mom got me, it was like a police patrol car. It had a big figure in it, with the big head and that. But the point was always batteries not included. Well, Christmas morning, guess what? The batteries weren't included, and that sat under the tree. 2 D-cell batteries, but I forgot the batteries.
Yeah.
But
You never know how bad you need the batteries until Christmas morning.
yeah. I
Uh,
mean, today it'd be, didn't you include a solar panel to charge my PC? You know. Oh, good.
I want a crossbow. Tell the kids, I really want a crossbow. That's what I tell them. Y'all can go in on it together. It can be from all of y'all. Nope, they don't do it. Feel for real. Good to see you.
Can you picture? It's the year 3024. Christmas is nigh. It looks like a can. It is a can with great grandma's Christmas fruitcake in it, like a block of cement. Regifted.
Oh, fruitcake.
Yeah, good.
Ew, fruitcake. Yeah.
Either you love it or you hate it.
She must say her mom bought diamond earrings for herself and told my dad they were from a secret admirer. That's awesome. Richard said, since my divorce, my AA batteries don't disappear anymore.
Huh. Well,
I know. I could say a number of things about
the economy's not the only thing getting stimulated. That's for sure.
the Ridge Runner. I'm not going to be.
You know, you talk about Christmas fruitcake or whatever, but do you have a box of chocolate brand down there? And we have what they call box of gold. And these
Yeah.
are the ones that you don't know what to bring with you. You're going for Christmas dinner, and you go to the local drugstore,
Yeah.
and they marked it down from $6 to $1.50. And they're like, here's your gift,
Oh,
and and you kind of think you're going to eat breadcrumbs for dinner tonight. You got me this box of chocolate.
Yeah, I got you some gold for Christmas.
Yeah, it was a pot of gold. That's what it was called. And I remember a friend came over. I was living with my mom, a friend I knew, and he hands it to me, and I says, "Do you want to eat dinner tonight? Don't give her that." Cool.
There wasn't but probably like 2 in the whole box I probably liked.
Yeah, really.
cordial cherries. They're terrible. Is that the
Oh,
chocolate?
my granddad loved those things.
Oh, they're so good.
Man, I'm telling you, he loved them.
But I did not like the, you know how you get the heart box of chocolates and that's what I thought Black Watch was going to get to. And you have no idea what's inside the chocolate, and you're sitting there, they all are cracked open because you want to see what color it is, even.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and pink and all that. And
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
you always knew the kids were going to go to take one and top it and open. Yeah, I didn't like that one.
Yes. Don't
I
ever
like
get
it to be
those as a
labeled.
kid. Not
Oh,
good.
you get the real expensive $2.99 ones, and it has a diagram for all the chocolates, and it doesn't match any of the chocolates.
Yeah, it still don't make them taste any better. You just know
No.
which ones to automatically stay away from.
Ah,
Chocolate surprise candies. Yep, peanut butter cups. There you go.
Yeah, I'd eat the peanut butter cup out of there, and that's it.
Um, I kind of miss my mom going to Germany because she would come back with bourbon balls. The Oh my goodness! And my grandmother, she would eat one and be all giggly and
My mom had a German friend like that. She would make different stuff.
Do you have anything? Was an old thing in the 50s. Was the department stores windows at Christmas?
Oh, I loved decorating those.
That was a tradition. I always went downtown to Eaton's and Simpsons to look at the
To
Christmas
look
windows.
up. When we had the flower shop, there was a gift shop connected to it. Well, it was a thrift shop, really. And I got a window of my own. And that's when I was making my own things also. Um, I was real into the coffee staining the white fabric, and I was making lampshades and all kinds of stuff. And so, yep, I decorated my window, and red looks really amazing with that coffee stained fabric.
Yeah.
Would that be Georgia Bulldog red? See, I know you were a Georgia fan.
Is there any other color of red?
Red is my
I don't acknowledge them.
color, actually. Yeah.
Well, a stop sign. That's about it.
It's not too popular now, but back in the day, my grandmother had a fur coat, and she took it to Simpson. They put it in cold storage. But when you go out, you get the wet snow, and you're about 4 foot nothing, and the woman's got on a wet, you know what I mean, like fur coat, and your face is stuck into it. That smell, oh God.
Why, why is your face stuck into it?
Got to be careful, man. You at least got to take them out to dinner first.
That's when you start hearing that song, "Rescue Me, take me in your arms, get me away from this woman." She smells like a polar bear.
Uh,
Oh, good. Oh, boy.
These had bourbon bottles. Yep, so much bourbon in them. Yep. Those Germans, they are heavy on liquor, and their liquor is a lot stronger proof than ours is.
Mhm.
They have vending machines with beer in it because they drink it warm.
mm,
So kids start drinking really young there because they can just go to a vending machine and get whatever.
Yeah.
I think there's an age thing like here.
I remember when I was young, there was always a cutting board that pulled out from the counter, and she clamped this grinder on there, and you make cranberry sauce. So I put the cranberries in and the cut oranges and homemade
Mm,
cranberry sauce.
yep.
That was my thing. I got to do it.
I don't like cranberry sauce, but that sounds good with oranges in it.
Yeah, with cranberries, like the hard cranberries from the fridge, and you quarter an orange
Yeah.
and push it down into it, and a homemade cranberry sauce. Hmm.
my mom makes a pretty good congealed cranberry salad. It's pretty good. It's
Huh.
almost like a dessert in itself. It's like she tops it with like the cream cheese and puts like pecans on top.
Uh,
It's pretty good.
Hmm.
Come on, I don't see that.
What are we seeing?
I see it on YouTube, but I don't see it in StreamYard. Al Bundy was giving my mom bourbon balls, Ma's bourbon balls to an NCO in Korea when the sergeant major walked up while I was saying, and then I don't see the next comment in StreamYard, but on YouTube. Like my chocolate balls, don't you, Sergeant Major was.
Hmm.
But he must have removed it.
Remember, you used to decorate the tree with angel hair. Then they figured out it's asbestos. That's not good.
Was it?
We called it angel hair. It was white. It was made out of,
Yes.
and it's
Now,
asbestos, so they banned it.
I had no idea. We used to use that also.
That's why your nose itched and everything
Man.
else, the damn stuff.
Mm.
Spirit water. Yep.
You ever do the like, what do they call icicles? And the
Yeah.
cat spitting up icicles for the next 6 months. The damn eat them.
Oh my God. Yes. And my mother was such a fanatic about it. You know how you try to eat and get a few of them together and put them on? No, you had to get one strand at a time.
Yeah.
Had to be strategically placed or else.
Then you get, as a guy, you get all fed up with the damn thing. You roll a ball up and throw it at the tree and say, "There, it's done." Stupid thing. Each individual one. And meanwhile, the cat's eating them all. Oh, good. You ever hold a cat by the head and try to pull an icicle out of its mouth? Yeah. Yeah.
I think I'm gonna sell Charlie Brown Christmas trees this year.
Really? You ever have your dad, you get a real Christmas tree? And of course, he cuts the bottom off, to put it in the dirt. But the branch is wrong. By the time he's finished, he's got a 2-foot Christmas tree, Oh, good.
Might do that. Just make up about 20 of them. Just go set them up at the flea market.
That's trying to figure out if I'm going to put up a tree or I have had to bring in so many plants. I don't know how I got so many plants that need to come indoors. And so there's not an open window to put the tree. I don't know. But I saw this where they went to the Dollar Tree and they got these stars. They're hollow wooden stars and glued them together so that they stacked up. And then they put like Christmas ornaments with the cottony snow stuff inside there and on the edges. It it just really looked pretty. Put Christmas lights inside of it, and I was like, hmm.
Yeah. I don't know if I've seen one, but I can imagine, yeah.
Yeah. Kind of a easy, pretty, but I like a lot of lights. So, I mean, I've already got 4 strands to go inside the house and get some for outside. I put them everywhere. I don't know if y'all remember me at the desk with the Christmas lights behind me. Put them on the windows, drape them down.
Do they still have, the 12 Day of Christmas? You always had these programs you watched at Christmas as you go
Yes,
into 12 days. Are they still out there?
I'm sure they are. I've already started looking for all the old Christmas movies.
Yeah.
I can't remember the names of them, so it's making it a little hard. Like the one with James Stewart, he's a banker. What's the name of that one? It's a
It's
Wonderful
a
Life.
Wonderful Life.
Yep,
That,
that
that
one.
Yeah.
that's what I told you about one time. I couldn't remember the name of. Remember, I told you there was this old guy that lost his son. He had all scruffy beard and a cigar, and this kid would deliver for him. And he tried to say, "You've done it wrong," and he's boxing him around the ears or something, you
Yes,
know.
he
And
broke
then
his eardrum.
that was a wonderful life.
Yep.
That was him as a young one. It stacked on me after we talked, and I went, "Yeah, that's a part of the. It's a Wonderful Life."
Uh,
1939, Jimmy Stewart.
or
Yep.
Christmas Story.
Is that Darren McGavin?
That's the one where the kid wanted the BB gun.
That's
Like,
Darren McGavin. He had the
yeah,
fight with the furnace. He'd go downstairs with the, and
Is
he
that
had,
the Red Rider?
yeah. Just
and he
keep
had,
your eye out, kid.
he
And
won
the
that.
kid,
Sorry.
is that the one where the kid got his tongue stuck on the pole too?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
And then Darren won that lovely lamp with the leg with the fishnet.
yeah. The leg lamp. Oh, yeah, that was funny. He was
You want
so
to know?
proud of that thing.
You
Oh,
want to know? You can go online and they're still out there with
yes.
varying
Hmm.
alterations.
Now that you mention it, I might get one. That might be my treat.
I was talking to someone reminiscing about this, and she went on to, Google to search for it, and they're out there.
Thank you for reminding me.
I thought you'd enjoy that thing with the coming season.
Here's your Christmas tree. A leg.
Just put it in the man cave. It'll be a permanent fixture.
Oh, Navy Vet's got it all. Miracle on 34th Street, White Christmas,
Yeah,
Christmas Story, National
Yeah,
Lampoon Grinch.
Miracle on 34th Street was the. How did the judge get out of it? And the kid brings up that $1 bill. In God we trust.
yeah.
There's a lot of good movies like that.
I just ordered two. One of them is Beastly, and the other one, it used to be called Don't Tell Her It's Me, um, because I got my granddaughter to watch Beastly with me, and but they have a really strong message about um, judging people by their looks or um,
Yeah.
stuff like that. Like still being able to love someone no matter what they look like, no matter it's what's inside. And
Yeah.
even he was ugly inside is why he became ugly outside. So because he a witch put a curse on him, but still he changed.
If you go looking for one of those lamps, Watt, put on your helmet because they've come a long way, baby. I'll tell you.
Oh, I bet.
Oh my God, some of them. If we were in private, I'd tell you about them, but I'm not going to tell you about it. Oh my goodness.
It'll be in my search history later on.
There you go. There's your homework.
Is Die Hard a Christmas movie?
Boom, yeah. Whoever said that's probably my new best friend. Who said that?
James Richardson.
There you go, James. You're my new best friend. That's probably my favorite Christmas movie. Yeah, the first one during that whole ordeal, they were at a Christmas party. That's why all those people were at the Nagasaki Towers, I
Oh
believe.
yeah, Die Hard.
Christmas gala or something. Yep.
Bring in the car. Bring in the car. Even I think even Lethal Weapon.
Lethal Help. Yeah, I don't think.
It was based around the Christmas in the movie.
I remember the one where they wired the guy's Danny Glover's toilet seat. That was kind of funny.
Mhm.
Bomb spot, please. I remember that Nagasaki Towers. Shoot for the glass. Why? Shoot for the glass. He had bare feet.
Yippee-ki-yay. Yeah, then I remember as a kid, go to my grandma's house, she always liked to watch those old like animation ones like Rudolph or Frosty
Yes.
the Frosty or uh, all the stories.
Yeah.
Misfit toys.
Yeah, there was a ton of them.
A lot of people like Scrooge with Bill Murray. I like the original 1951 Alistair Sims.
Yeah, Scrooge. Yeah,
Yeah.
Scrooge. The black and white one, not when they colorized it.
Charlie Brown Christmas.
Charlie Brown. There you go. That's an icon.
Yep.
Waiter, another slice of bread. Halfpenny extra, sir. No bread.
One tower, two at airport.
Yeah.
Jug band Christmas.
One of the local radio stations. Heck, I don't know. I think it started last week. They've already started the nonstop Christmas music, 24/7. That's all they're playing is Christmas hits.
Yeah.
I love it. Oh
It's
my,
too soon.
no, it's not too soon. Because you only get 3 months.
Oh shit!
It does.
They don't give you the 25 days of Christmas. They give you the 8 weeks.
This is what I get some people on here, different places. I'm going to put up my tree in November.
Oh, yes.
A
Alone.
real tree dries out in 2 weeks.
Yeah, I can't use the real tree. I'm allergic to them.
Even
I,
down to
and
the
I don't,
trees, people have their own traditions dealing with the trees.
yep. And I used to enjoy that, going out and picking one and chopping it down and
Yeah.
putting it up. But this way I don't have to worry about the needles, the
Yeah.
water, and it's there next year, ready and waiting, unless I keep it up all year. If I find a good spot for it, it might stay up year round because I love the lights. Turn off all the lights and have on nothing but Christmas lights, and
Yeah.
like ah, it just puts a soft glow.
And sing Christmas carols.
Yeah. And
Playing Oh Holy Night.
I would hear some people say it's it's bad luck to keep your Christmas tree up past the New Year's, and then I heard some people say they keep it up to the New Year's and then they take it down. And I don't know. It's just all type of mystery and
Uh,
tradition.
yeah, I always had mine up through New Year's, so it'd still be there New Year's.
You're right, Watt, because it'll be January 2nd and everybody's trying to pull the trees out to the street.
Yeah,
Yeah.
That's it, it's New Year's.
I think it would depend on how long it lasted if you had a real tree.
Yeah, yeah.
I told you about sawing that happened to me. The second or third year of marriage after my parents moved out. And it kind of, these little scraggly branches. I'll just take about 8 inches off. Well, I ended up with about a 3-foot tree and I had to go buy another one.
Oh, that's true, Al. They are different now.
Yeah.
I don't know why they have to change everything that's good.
What's that?
The Christmas lights are different now. They're brighter. And they are. Hey, Brew. It's just
Okay,
like
so
all those candy bars. When they start adding all the other flavors to it, it's like, ugh, stop it.
yeah, I don't even acknowledge them.
Yes, Brew. I agree. I think I put a video up a long time ago of the Christmas.
Mhm.
There was somebody that was a Scrooge. He was a real Scrooge. So I wrote a poem and I read it with the camera on the Christmas tree. I think it's still up. I don't know. I may have deleted it.
I know the television used to have Toronto City Hall. Of course, they brought in like a 50, 60-foot tree. The television stations would go off and they had a camera on the tree. You know, you're looking at this tree at City Hall. I thought that was stupid, but anyway.
No. Stupid.
Bah humbug.
Yeah.
Right. Here we go with another Grinch.
I mean, they could have made it more interesting because they flooded part, you know, for rink, and you get to see the drunk guy trying to skate at the same time, you know.
Did they have music playing?
They did a little bit. Yeah, I think so.
Okay, at least have music playing. You know,
Right.
set the tone.
Yeah.
The older people that couldn't put a tree up, they could sit there with it on their TV, I guess. Or lived, I don't know.
Or we get calls about this time of year to put up. People want us to come out and put their lights up. Different stuff like that.
Cool.
I think I told you with landscaping, we were in Cullen, which the kids ripped apart. But when the guys had it, Cullen had this old barn, but it was like on a street. You know, it was ancient, huge. And but at Christmas they had like all these shops, you know, kind of hanging from the rafters, and the women would dress in Christmas dress. It was a real big thing. It was a lot of fun. It was really worth going there, even if it took hours to go through it. It was a big thing at Christmas.
That's cool.
Mhm.
I love doing that. That's I'm going on the carriage ride this year. It's probably going to be freezing to death, but I'm still going on the carriage ride.
What do
Make
you
sure
mean?
you bring your mink coat.
It's going to be 40 degrees. Is that what you mean? Yeah.
We're getting down to 35 Wednesday. Thank you.
Mm,
That's cold.
that's uncivilized.
Try it at 15 below, and everybody has hot toddies that they don't know where they're going. Yeah, hay rides, and
If it's 15 below, I won't be out in it.
it was
Oh, I
pretty
promise you.
kind
I
of
don't,
in a way.
I
When
don't
you're
want no
older,
parts of it.
it doesn't work when you're older, but yeah.
Yeah.
Phew, that
Yes.
cold. It's nobody's friend.
um,
You bet I got me some of those. I won't be wearing Under Armour long johns.
I remember a friend and I, we went up to the service station. I don't know why. And it was an overpass, like a train overpass. And this guy walks in, right? And it's kind of like, how did you get here? You know what I mean? He just walks in. But around the overpass was his dad's farmland, and he had an open dune buggy. You know, he cut everything off, and there was like the snow was like needles. And you know, his face was beet red. You know what I mean? He had no goggles, and you want to come up to the house for a drink? It was like being pierced by needles in an open dune buggy in winter.
Yeah. Lisa, one of my friends, does that, and she decorates it for every holiday. As soon as Christmas comes down, she's decorating it for Valentine's Day, and then St. Patrick's Day, and on and throughout the year. She keeps her Christmas tree up and decorates it for each holiday.
Mm.
And can't wear long johns inside. And last I heard, Steve, I think, said that Ronnie was doing okay, but staying to himself.
The last, sorry, no, it doesn't. The last, when I think about it, the last real tree I remember, because we had to buy that new house I told you about, I think. And of course, it's a vaulted ceiling, you know, and everything in the living room. So
Yeah.
put the Christmas tree in the corner, right? I mean, you go in and you cut it down the whole thing. Then I hear help or something. So my daughter and I go up, and here's her butt. She went under to water the tree. Came over, and I said to my daughter, "Should we leave her there till Thanksgiving?" You know, she couldn't get out because the tree went up. But it was an artificial tree from that moment on.
Yep. Remember those white ones? My mother had it white, and then it had the light that spun around, and it would make it red and blue and green. And
Yeah.
those
How
are horrible.
You wouldn't remember, but how about a black and white TV? You put this coating on it, and it was blue and everything. It was supposed to colorize the TV. They had them. That was stupid.
I remember the coating, but I remember the black and white TV.
And my dad used to take the whole chassis out to replace the tubes.
Huh.
I'm looking at the fuzz running my hands, and he's smacking me, you know, the tube, he lights it up. And that was fuzzy. It showed you got 110 volts running through you.
Yeah. One of my friend's daughter stuck a fork or a spoon in a light socket in an outlet. I only did it once.
One of our customers, he's a retired military, retired police officer, and he always does it real big every year for Christmas. And we went out and installed a bunch of outlets and stuff all throughout his property where he can plug different things in. But every year, once he gets it sets up, he has equipment out there where if you tune into a specific radio station, you can hear all the music playing and everything going along with his arrangement. It's all like interactive. It's pretty cool. It looks like one point it looks like the house is sitting there singing, and
Oh,
it's pretty cool.
something like that. Yep. Okay, what's the 2 hot water bottles, tubing, and a small pump for? I want to know.
Sounds interesting.
You know, one thing I found when I put in central back, I was lucky to hit, you know, the plates right. and you hook all the wiring up and you say 12 bolts, not that much. You put your finger in the, is it working? Yeah, it's working. It's working.
To make a heated blanket.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, if you had to, yeah.
I remember, well, I don't remember. Seen it in movies. Heard my grandmother talk about it. The bricks. They'd heat the bricks in the fireplace, put them at the foot of the bed.
Yeah, that or even, they're like bed warmers, yeah.
Warm it up before they climbed in.
If you look at that Alistair Sims, the Scrooge, and they used to use the big pans and put coal in them to warm
Yeah,
them.
Yeah.
You know?
yeah. The rich people had those.
Yeah. Oh, bed warmers.
Um, yep.
I can't sleep in socks. I don't know why, but mm, so if my feet get cold, then I'm cold. My feet or my shoulders.
Hmm. So you scuff your feet when you get in bed to get them warm on the linen sheets. You know, get my feet warm. Yeah.
Depends on how cold it gets in here. I mean, if we get no power, I'll be sleeping with socks, I'm sure.
Yeah. I prefer no socks when I'm sleeping.
What was it like on your first child? Your first child's first Christmas, Bonnie. It's a common thing that happened to me. You have a Christmas tree, that's kind of like, a foot and a half, a foot off the ground. And all the way around, three sides, it's up to your knee in presents for the baby. And you go, what are you trying to compensate for here, right? You know what I mean? Like, knock it off. You look at your credit card bill and it says $800.
No, I never did that at Christmas. I was, well, our first Christmas, oh my goodness, y'all would have just died laughing. Charlie Brown Christmas tree it was. Um, all the ornaments that had been passed down to me were stolen out of my shed.
Oh, God,
Mm.
that's nasty.
So, um, I took the wrapping paper and cut out whatever was on the wrapping paper and hung it on the tree and made string popcorn and the construction paper chains. And so there weren't a lot of presents under the tree. It was like one writing thing, and then back then they had it was like a dollar store, but it was called something else. Everything under a dollar or something like that. So there were a few of those things. That was it. And he was happy as could be.
Remember in grade school, you had the construction paper, green and red, and you changed it together. And your mom had to hang it up. But the teacher goes, okay, who ate all the paste? Jennifer? She's got a spoon stuck in her mouth. She said, you
Oh,
eat the paste? Uh,
pace leaders.
yeah.
Yep.
Mm. Man. Ugh.
Yeah. Mm.
And
My
that's what
goodness.
all my ornaments are. All the ornaments that the kids made at school. Um,
Mhm.
Oh
some
yeah.
are some are not those. At the courthouse, during Christmas time, the nursing home ladies, they'll make Christmas ornaments to sell up there or whatever. I don't know what they use the money for, but probably for their parties. And so
Commissary or something.
I always buy a couple ornaments from them. Usually I'm sending them to other people because they make one, it's a white ring, and then it has a blue bonnet. It's made out of beads, but it has a blue bonnet in the middle of it. And I usually send those out to people from other states. They do a Texas Longhorn one. I have one
Oh,
that hangs on my tree. Yeah. And the cowboy horse.
Did you have a ladies' auxiliary at your church?
Yeah.
I remember in the church basement because they built a rectory. The house next door was the ministers, but in the basement they had like a roll-up window. You know what I mean? But they had about 8 stoves and everything. And when they did, they whoever you were could come in. Thanksgiving, all the different. But boy, could they cook up some stuff.
Oh,
I
yeah.
bet.
The basement was.
That's why the Thanksgiving dinner at the church is so big because all the best cooks are making all these old family recipe sides to go. My daughter, um, the church she's been going to, they had their dinner this last Sunday, and she was posting pictures of it in our family text. Look what I get to eat today, and she's got turkey just piled up in the middle of all these side dishes.
Yeah,
She was happy. Excuse me.
that's when food was affordable.
Yeah. Well, and that's why it's good to get a community together doing that. You make a side enough to feed your family that's going, however many it is. Of
Yeah.
course, we always make more, but um, and goodness, there's a little bit of everything. Anything you can think of, it's there.
Oh yeah.
Do you remember that John Lithgow or something, the movie he did? And there's a paper boy, that show up. The guy had a miserable life. I want my $2. Well, I can remember being a cub. They got all the apples, and you're on the stage. You polished them all up. That's basically you have to knock on the door and say, "You want an apple?" It's good. You want to buy an apple? It's only $5. Oh, good.
I don't know. Um, Getting the stuff to make cookies and fudge and everything, it's not it's not that bad. I mean, some things have gone up considerably the better, but you don't have to spend a fortune. And making foods homemade is so much cheaper than getting it pre-made.
Oh yeah.
You've never had a cookie till you have a Scottish shortbread from a bakery, homemade Scottish bakery.
I enjoy a good shortbread.
Was who ate the 2 pounds of shortbread cookies? Not me.
My favorite snickerdoodle
Yeah,
last
that's a
was
good cookie.
I still need to make them and the peanut butter cookies.
Oh yeah, I love a good peanut butter cookie. That probably would be my favorite out of all the cookies.
You're lucky you don't have the winters. Remember the Red Ryder BB gun? You know, and the kid with the raccoon hat that would beat him up, and the poor little kid in the one-piece snowsuit. If he fell over, he can't get up.
Yeah, his little brother. He had on so
What
many
I,
coats.
that's what I grew up with. Those stupid one-piece things, you know. You know, you like the what is it the tire guy, you know, with the Michelin tire guy.
Michelin tire, yeah.
I can't get out of this. I remember
Yeah,
with
the
kid
Crisco.
grade 1 teacher, Miss Hudson. And at the back of the classroom was 2 doors. That was the dressing room. You know, you go in there. And it was get ready, get ready. She sent me home half dressed. My mother went up and blasted her. She got the principal and everything up. That woman sends my son home like this again. You know, blinkety blinkety bling.
Oh, James.
Miserable teachers.
Yeah.
I had a Miss Hudson as a teacher.
James, if I could do that has always been, that is one thing I always wanted to do, was have a, I don't know what you call it, like a boarding house or inn or something like that with a huge room for everybody to gather and
Yeah.
eat.
I just had a thought on that. You know, your mother gets you ready to go to school. The one piece thing, get the boots on, get the scarf on, everything else. And the kid looks at you and says, I got to go to the bathroom. 45 minutes later, they unwrap you.
Yes.
Uh,
I don't know why they didn't make those with the same thing the long johns have in the back.
It's too convenient, too much common sense.
you
I
ever look
want to
at the
spend that
old
extra 30 cents.
you ever look at the old West things and the guys' long johns are always pink? I don't know why that is. It's Rough Top Cowboy and he's got on pink, you know, like
Well, they probably were red to begin with, but
yeah, probably.
turned pink. I don't know.
It's funny you say that because I went to a store today and I walked around the entire men's department and I couldn't find a single uh, thermal long john anywhere.
Hmm.
You live in Georgia. What? Yeah. What do you need it for?
I know, but still,
Yeah.
We do
just
get cold spells.
I mean, they had hoodies. They had like
Yep,
long sleeve flannels, not the real thick ones, but the kind of thin ones.
the pretend generic. Yes,
Yeah,
it makes me so mad we can't buy a good thermal or a good flannel shirt or the yeah, order those online. The the thermals.
I'm sure you heard what football players, even professionals, wear in the winter. Pantyhose. True story. Keep you
there
And
you
warm.
go.
pantyhose work.
Yeah.
I don't know, because someone told me the loose clothes work better than
Yeah, layers.
the skin tight.
Yeah, you gotta have that gap where the air can kind of build up the heat.
Yep.
Hmm.
Sweatpants are good. I mean, no, they're not attractive, but when you want to get warm, who cares?
I got a bunch of sweatpants this time of the year. I wear a bunch of them.
And you're trying to get warm. It's not exactly a fashion statement, is it? Yeah.
20 acres in the old barn. $32 for long johns? Goodness. You know, and I remember when the dollar store sold, wasn't long johns, I guess they're like the waffle kind of,
Yeah,
they called them thermals.
I know what you're talking about. Yeah,
I don't know if they still do or not, but
I often wonder what happened to the weather over the last, I guess it's over 50 years now, compared to when I was a kid.
everything.
You hear Carl about the snow, Bonnie? That's what it was like. You know, it was just like, I think I told you Friday night I'm walking home and it just starts to snow. Just little light stuff coming down. So you go to bed for the night. We had a mutual driveway. You're going to have to help your father shovel the driveway. It was over 3 feet high overnight. You don't see that anymore.
not at
Yep,
all.
it is interesting.
I mean, when the plows came up, you know, you just have a sidewalk to the street either side. It was up like 4 feet high
Hmm.
in snowstorms, you know, when it was by the time they get around to it. You
I
know, it's
mean,
one of those ones where you do the driveway, then the truck goes by and you throw bricks at the guy, you know? He just plowed in my driveway again. Nice wet ice snow.
okay, well, I've never shoveled snow or done any of that,
Um,
but about every 10 years, we get a really winter. I mean, we know it's coming eventually.
Yeah, we'll get an ice
Odd,
storm.
yeah, a lot of ice storms. The oddest Geddon was odd. That was out of character in every way for anything we've ever had. But otherwise, it just comes in cycles from what I've seen. I mean, if y'all are used to getting that much snow and you're not, I don't understand why that would be. I just don't believe global warming.
You know what you remind me of? You said the ice storms. My dad has a 63 Dodge Polar, 64, you know, with the push button thing. And that's what I drove, learned to drive on. But we had something of the Robert Simpson's company. He died in 1899. But I think Sears was behind it. So they had one near my aunt's, Cedarbrae Plaza. And you go down a hill, you know what I mean? You drive off the street, it's a bit of a hill.
Yeah.
But there was an ice storm. So I said to my dad, you want to drive? You know, to find a parking place. And he says, no, you'll do fine. So anyway, I went to go in, and there's this guy with a dress coat, you know what I mean? Suit and a dress coat, little pudgy guy. And
Hmm.
he's screaming at me. You know, what am I doing? My dad got out, and he's talking to him. There's a hill. And the guy pushed my dad. So my dad puts his hand on, just touches him. He had dress shoes on. He's sliding down on his hands and feet in the ice storm. It was hilarious. I said, Dad, you want to drive? Because, no, you'll do fine. I could still see this guy going, he's standing up, but he got his hands down and sliding down there. My dad walked away. Oh, good.
Yeah, I wouldn't imagine dress shoes would do very well in snow, ice. I know it doesn't. I mean, even my deck, it'll get covered with ice. And it's even when it rains, it can get slick as ice. And
Yeah.
if you're wearing flip flops or something, nope, you're going down. Or doing the splits.
You wear flip flops in an ice storm? I can't. What?
No, when it rains.
All rain, yeah.
I don't wear flip flops anymore. Because
No,
if they get wet between your feet and the flip flop,
yeah,
and your feet are sliding off of them, and
yeah,
they're dangerous. Just
yeah.
15-foot, 2x4, part down before it snows. And the next day, it'd be a heavy tarp. Yeah, that makes sense. Good for everything.
Those were the days. Those were the days, my friend. I thought they'd never end. We'd sing and dance forever and a day. Hmm.
Yeah, I need to take my sunshade down so it didn't start breaking posts again this year.
Hmm.
Right, Kim? I understand. They're dangerous. I still have a pair hanging on my shoe rack that I've been trying to decide if I just need to ask my daughter if she wants them.
I guess you're a little bit too far out to do that. New Year's Eve, you got to wait till 1 minute after 12 and go out with your noisemakers and say, Happy New Year to the neighbors.
Oh, there'd be some that would hear me. We usually have fireworks and everything going off around here.
No, we couldn't have fireworks at that. It's too cold and everything.
Too cold.
New Year's Eve, it was always, it took you 10 minutes to dress up to go out with your noisemakers on the veranda.
Mm.
Then you got the miserable old guy going, go screw yourself. Happy New Year, Harold.
I might do a New Year's live. New Year's Eve. If I don't go somewhere. We'll see. So I'm like, I've been saying all along, if ever some miracle I got to 1,000, I'd do a giveaway, and it's pretty close. So I have to keep my word. We'll see what happens. I mean, it may take another year to get the next 30, but we'll see.
You ever see what we have up here? The polar bears? they start the new year by going in the water with the ice, and they cut, crazy people.
Oh, the people that, yes.
Polar
I,
bears.
yeah, I would never do that.
Neither would I.
Crazy. Thank you, James. I will
Did
get a
we
couple.
lose? Did we lose what?
Haven't lost him yet. You may have to.
Never be the same, Bonnie. I'll never be the same.
It'll never be the same.
Oh, the Christmases and the whole thing. I can't imagine if I was, 25, 30 and I have kids, what Christmas is supposed to be now. I don't know.
Well, and so times change. Everyone gets busy. They get on with their own lives. They have in-laws that they have to be at. Whatever is going on, and so I think it's what you make it. It's like, I don't know. It's not gonna. That's why I'm gonna have my tree up. I'm gonna have my lights. It's not gonna bother me if I'm here alone. There's Christmas movies. I can sit and cry with them or laugh with them or whatever. They're- I mean, there comes a time when you have to do for yourself just
Yeah.
things that make you happy. And I kind of am at the point where it's, I've told the kids, it's my turn. I've done for everybody all my life.
Yeah.
And now it's me to do some things for me. And I don't mean it in a selfish way. It's, you know,
Yeah.
I'm I'm still getting more involved in the community and everything, but at the same time, if I want to do something, I'm going to do it. And that, and they're kind of like, what? But because I've always put my kids first. I've always put everybody else first.
Yeah.
And I just, I'm older, what the future holds. And so do some things that I want to do before I can't.
Remember my daughter's first Christmas. She got over the 8 months of colic, but we had to drive to people. And I went to my parents there, and it was cold.
Yes.
And I had to go out, start the car, and I had to take my daughter. She's like, what, 10 months old or something, cover her all up, get the car warm. But we had to drive over to people.
Yes.
I spent the night driving, you
Yeah.
know. So you get to the point, we're not going, you want to see us, come to ours.
Yeah.
Or not at all, because it wasn't selfish. It was just, I spent the night driving. Did you ever have a relative, your mother or whoever would say, your father in particular, we're going to go, in my case, Aunt Adelaide and Uncle Percy. And I used to say, I'm not going. And my dad would kind of laugh, you're not going, right? You're sitting in the car going. And I finally got to the point, I think I was 12, 10. I said, I'm not going. You're going to drag me out. The last words were, lock the door. We'll be home, I did.
Home alone.
Didn't want to go there. Aunt Adelaide was like a big stuffed powder pop. You know what I mean? And she was miserable.
James, I tried that. I tried to get the family together on the family land, and they're not for it. So
Mm,
that didn't work. I think it would be more um,
but I don't know. There's
like Black Watch here that's alone. It's like a kidnapping from Canada.
mm, never forget that night. Well, we were going home. It was so cold I could hardly breathe going out. We had to get the car warmed up for her.
Hmm.
Never again. And that was my parents. But anyway,
We would do that. I mean, because my grandmother and mother and all of them lived on the same property, and it's 20 miles away. And so I'd load up the kids in the cold and go out there, do our stuff, clean up, leave, and we're coming home. And the overpasses and bridges would be iced over and
yeah,
little slippery, but we made it.
I think I had a. They didn't widen the 401 yet out towards where I lived. And I
Lisa,
was home. There was a slight turn, not 90 degrees, but a turn. I'm looking at behind a tractor trailer, right? I figure he knows where he's going. And all of a sudden it struck me, why did he change lanes to the left? He didn't. He hit ice patch, whoa,
yep,
dark, no light.
yeah, black
For,
eye.
fortunately it ended. The tractor corrected itself. I'm like, oh boy. But anyway,
Yeah, that's one of the doesn't go over anything. I don't know why it's built like it is, but that part, when I hit that, I was kind of sliding a little.
I remember before they took, I had a 76 Charger, so maybe it was 76, 77, and they didn't take the overpasses out yet to widen. And you're looking at all snow plows up there drinking coffee, and you're in 8 inches of snow. Get out here and do your job. But anyway,
Sounding like a Scrooge more and more. Oh my goodness. Play the video. Nah, I don't need to see the video. We've had a good time. Life, are you still with us? I'm going to go ahead and close this one down. I'm going to play y'all a song. This is with the title.
you talk about the thermal underwear. I got a story I can tell you, but I can't tell you live.
Well, I'm going to play a song and then we're going to close it up. Okay?
You okay? Do we get to pick? It's going for 1 o'clock.
Okay, I lied. I don't know how to share it on Fire.
You better.
That is so weird. When I go to present, it is absolutely not like it was before. This is, I gotta figure this out.
It's not the browser on. It's got to be StreamYard.
No, it's the browser. Because when I go to, okay, it says allow StreamYard to see your screen. Okay, yes. And
Yeah.
then it says select window or screen, and it won't.
Well, what do
Maybe
you use?
no.
See the window or what? The file?
It. Okay, I'll show you what shows.
Oh
That's
shoot! I can't see.
shows. And so I don't know how to get to that tab right there.
What's it looking for that you can't? It
Wait,
should from the window present the tab.
so if I go right there, is it showing driver's seat?
Oh shoot! I got the chat open. I can't.
No, it's not. Ah, I don't know how to share it. Well,
I know people have done it on Firefox. I know they have. So it's just a little bit different. And
yeah, I'll have to figure that out.
I know a lot use Firefox. So it's just negotiating a little bit different by the sound of it.
So anyway, um, James, we all, if ever that was to be done, I think everybody would need to pitch in. I think Huckleberry is live. I'm not sure. No, don't do that. Stop it. Trying to put his link. It's not letting me. Well, crud.
Nuts. Humbug.
Indy, if you're still here, if Huckleberry is still live, would you please drop his link? Big screen, it was there. That I didn't see it. Okay, let me try again. Select the window or screen. Entire screen. Only share screens with sites you trust. Okay. Allow. See, it shows all this. Thanks, Kim. And so if I go to the song, is it showing?
I'm on another screen now.
You can't tell, and I can't see chat because I made it big screen. I mean, mm,
Edge hasn't corrected itself yet. Aren't you used to that? I don't know.
oh, that did something. I don't know what.
Yeah.
Okay, if I go to this, whoa, uh-oh, like watch, how do I get out of this? No, oh, uh-oh, no, not full screen. Okay, woo, we're back. I give up. Thank y'all for hanging out with us. Really appreciated it. Thank you, Lot Life and Black Watch, for coming on panel.
Good night, everybody.
There now, volume. Well, okay, I'm going to try going out with this flame. We're going to see what happens. I'm just going to see if y'all can hear it or not. I have got to see if this works. Entire screen. Okay, allow. And then I go to this. It was showing and play. I'm supposed to be muted. We'll see. Tell me how it sounds.
Are you still there? Did we lose it all? Are you still there? Did we lose her? What happened?
No, you couldn't hear the song?
No.
Well,
Is there a audio button you got to check?
I don't know. Okay. So I know that on Firefox I can't share anything because it won't work. So that's a good lesson to know. I'm glad I did it at the end. Okay, closing up.
Just a little glitch somewhere because it's been done on Firefox.
Huh. I don't know. I'll figure it out. Well, hello, David. You're a little late. All right. Thank y'all for being here. Y'all have a blessed night. See you next time. Night.